Alright, everybody. How's it going? Stuffs things with the words, of course, and also it is a Friday, so this would be where I typically do drunk streams. So derp derp de derp. Yes, I am getting drunk tonight. Hooray, the me or something. I don't know, and I don't care. So who knows? Perhaps the stream and story gets better. Perhaps it gets worse. I don't know, but it should be a fun time all around. These are always fun, at least for me. Fun. I mean, if it's not for you, then whoops, my bad. It's supposed to be. But honestly, man, here. Just let me vent something real. Not vent, but say something real quick. And actually, I should probably do this just cause. We'll start the AI server up again before we start the game. Man, I've been having so many problems with the AI server things lately, and I even joined the Discord, and home dudes are like ignoring me. I had to beg just to get one answer out of them once, basically. I don't know. It's fine. It's all good. They did an update today and actually they fixed one of the problems I was having, so that's cool. But the biggest ones are not done. But yeah, for the time being, up until I can finally get Whiterun working, which, just trust me, dude. At the bare minimum, I want Whiterun working once, or before GTA 6 comes out, which is probably never o'clock or whatever. However life works, but you know, that's our jokes. We're gonna get Whiterun before we get GTA 6. Haha, stuff. I don't know. Whatever. Whiterun is gonna be such an awesome experience. We're gonna have a whole ass Kana bartender and stuff. It's gonna be so fucking awesome. So long as I can get it to work. But yeah. Until then, I'll keep doing these streams. And I do when Whiterun gets going, I don't know. I think I'll still do 2 Dorian streams a week. And yeah, just here's a little peek behind the curtain, quote unquote, or whatever, a little bit more. You know what? Just to be sure, real quick, dude, let me make positive that we're good and you can yeah, okay, y'all can hear me. Cool. Little peek behind the curtain. This series is gonna go on for forking ever. This chapter, or whatever you want to call it, the Exile, this is just the beginning. This is just setting up the universe, or whatever, Dorian's story, how it tied into, the last stream series with Dorian and stuff. Because, that whole series was just a dream and everything. Alright, cool. The server's back up and running. How do I want to, we'll put that there. Do it just like I did last night. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, the Exile is basically chapter 1 of what's could be a series that lasts 5 fucking Avery. I don't know. All I know for sure is that I've got here. Without, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but let me do the count in my head right now. That one, that one. What else? That one, that one. That one. That. Man, I feel like I'm missing something, but off the top of my head, I guess there's 6 more chapters after the Exile that I can think of. The first, what? The next 2 are definitely like, whatever. They're gonna be the next 2 and stuff. So, and you know what? I think what I need to do is actually turn this down a bit. All right, that's a bit too much. But Avery, cool. Stuff, things, words. Let's get the game up and running. Anyways, and yeah, my dudes, I really hope that you're liking the story so far. I am. I love doing this shit. Like I say, I could do this every day. Almost. Well, besides Saturdays, because Friday is my drunk day. And Saturday is my, like, the world sucks. I don't care. I don't care. Leave me the fork alone on Saturday, my dudes. But, nah. We're all good. We all hoods. However, 90s things work. I don't think I need this anymore. I don't know. Whatever. Cool. Game is up. It's not exactly running yet. How do I? Oh yeah, that's how I get it running. Or not running. Whatever. Stuffs, things, words. We're about to start. Dorian, we'll see you soon, right?
The wind blows bitter.
Hello there, good sir. How goes the trading with your caravan?
I don't run a caravan, mage. I trade in secret souls and the occasional cursed blade, if you're stupid enough to buy it.
Secrets and souls, huh? Cute. I've got a few of both care to test your luck and find out which ones are cursed.
Cute.
You absolutely do run a caravan. That's why there's a whole bunch of Khajiit with you and a few bodyguards as well. Plus, just a moment ago, I purchased some of your wares that you showed me. So I don't know why you're lying like that. So perhaps the offer that I gave the caravan leader Risad shouldn't apply to you.
Fuck's sake. You really want to haggle semantics in the middle of the damn street? I lead the caravan. You smug bastard doesn't mean I am the damn circus. Risad handles the permits and the pack mules, while I handle what you wouldn't have the balls to touch. The cargo that in the dark. So don't pretend you didn't just buy a soul-bound dagger from me 10 minutes ago and now act like I'm some merchant peddling sweet rolls. You knew what you were buying. You always know. That's why it doesn't fucking apply, because you don't get to play innocent with blood magic.
Now welcome to Solitude, the center of trade and modernity. On your right as you enter, you'll see our prized asset, the chopping block.
Frostbitten balls, you're not a trader, you're a back alley necromancer with a ledger. And Dorian, you're no merchant prince, you're a damn fool if you thought you could haggle with shadows and walk away clean.
All right, y'all. This has gone on long enough, right? This has gone on way too fucking long. All right, this needs to get turned down. This needs to get turned up. All right, cool. Bro, let me do some configurations real quick. Configurations, I don't know, what Avery. While I love like how aggressive everyone's being, home dudes, like home dude right there should not be, or should definitely be talking like a Khajiit, this one and stuff and things. So just give me a second to fix things, right? And the only way I know how to fix things is by doing this. You know what? Yeah, we'll do that. That makes sense. And that makes sense, actually. Oh wait, that's there we go. That's what makes sense. Cool. I do need to change this one though too. Like what did I just do? Oh, I didn't. No, I didn't. Life box, view the sums. Fast one is that one. Powerful is that one. Yeah, that makes sense. That one. Yep. Yeah. I did save that, right? Cool. Just need to check one more thing, then we'll get back to it. Where is it? Right there. Hey, we're good. All right, cool. Back to the game now. Well, pretty much.
Oh, spare me the Nord sanctimony. You swing that greatsword like it absolves you of every throat you've ever...
you know a soul trap spell?
Hang on now,
I
good
think
sir.
scrap
I'm
might
not sure
be
where this
useful.
hostility is coming from. I just purchased many of your fruits from your land of elsewhere, and your ingredients as well. I mean, no disrespect whatsoever. With the caravan leader in Whiterun, the elder Khajiit Risad, I struck not even a deal, but I offered him something out of the goodness of my heart, and I wish to give you the same.
You want to offer me the goodness of your heart while waving coins in my face? You ignorant, arrogant ass. Did it ever occur to you that maybe I didn't want your fucking charity? I'm not some beggar on the steps of the Temple of the Divines, and I'm certainly not one of your pets. I sell things. I don't get gifts from well-meaning idiots who think they're saving the savages. Keep your gold and your goodness. I mean no disrespect. You've done nothing but disrespect me since you opened your mouth.
You know, this Khajiit has spirit. I like that. But don't let your temper make you an easy mark, Madran. A soul trader who can't handle a bit of coin waving isn't going to last long in a city like this. Take the gold if it's offered. It's easier to wash the stink of charity off your hands than the stink of a missed opportunity.
Easy, Mark. You think I'm worried about coin? I've got goods that could buy your tongue and everyone else's in this city. I don't take charity because I don't need it. It insults the trade. Insulted by generosity? That's a new level of thin-skinned even for a Khajiit. You think holding on to your pride keeps your belly full? Let me tell you, trader to supposed trader, you don't turn down septims just because they come with a smile. That's not honor, that's stupidity. If you can't separate the coin from the hand offering it, you're in the wrong line of work.
Finally, somewhere not dark, where we won't be attacked by monsters or bandits, and a great source for sweet rolls.
Well, this one thinks that you have, well, you haven't made an enemy, but you have certainly turned down an ally. I shall keep Risad as a Khajiit ally. While you, Madran, shall continue to wallow here between Solitude and the Reach.
Keep Risad? Good. He likes playing the loyal house cat. But don't flatter yourself thinking I'm wallowing in anything. I'm right where the coin is thickest. You go play savior to the rest of the caravan. See if I give a damn. Just remember, when that goodness of yours runs out, Risad is still just a Khajiit in a Nord city, and you're just a tourist with a heavy purse and a lighter head. Tourist.
Do you know anything about me? Give me one good reason why I shouldn't strike you down right now.
Because you know exactly where to find the things that people like you pretend don't exist. Because if you kill the messenger, you don't get the package. And because, despite your threats, you're still standing here talking instead of casting. You want blood? Go find a dragon. You want the real power? Put your damn hand down and maybe I'll let you look at the good stuff.
I've already purchased your good stuff. Your fellow Khajiit here are trying to speak wisdom to you, yet you're too dumbfounded and ignorant to bite the hand that feeds. I know now not to deal with the likes of you. Good day to you, sir.
Dumbfounded. You're the one throwing a tantrum because your gold didn't fix the world. You say you don't deal with the likes of me. Good. Go back to Risad, buy your sweet rose, and pretend the world is made of sunshine. The shadows will still be here when you realize your coin can't buy everything.
It is amusing to witness a predator's confusion when prey refuses to bite. You perceive rejection where there is only survival, Dorian. Khajiit trades in shadows not out of ignorance,
Beautiful flowers
but
and
out
trees
of
are really nice
necessity.
and refreshing.
For in this
Gives a nice
world,
change from all
a
that time
coin
before when we
offered
had to
with charity
walk across
often
barren
bears a
war-ridden
chain
wastelands.
heavier than any slave bracer. You seek to build alliances through generosity, yet you fail to see that for some, the only currency that matters is the autonomy to refuse.
What an oblivion was that? Whose voice was that? Who spoke to me just now? Was it you, Lady Recorder? No, it wasn't your voice. But Lady Recorder, I know you had something to do with that voice. You're holding secrets from me.
Voice? Secrets? Dorian, are you feeling alright? Your ears are still ringing from that shouting match, aren't they? I haven't said a word, except to tell you that you're acting like a child who was told he couldn't have a sweet roll. I am a chronicler, not a ventriloquist. The only secret I'm holding is how you managed to survive with this level of paranoia.
But you knew that I was Dragonborn before the dragons came here to Tamriel. Here to Skyrim, you're holding secrets from me.
Old data is still considered a secret now. That's like calling a history book a conspiracy because you haven't read it yet. Yes, I have files on you. Thick ones? But if I told you everything that was written in the stars, you wouldn't be the Dragonborn, you'd just be a tourist with a spoiler guide. And where's the fun in chronicling that?
It's good to see you.
Do you think black soul gems would be more effective in
What can I
modern
do for you?
machines?
And you, Lady Elizara, you that speak in only rhymes and limericks, you've been a mystery this entire time since I left the city gates of Ravenport.
You'll never believe this, but my mother told me that my
Hand me a bow. Or a crossbow. Anything, as long as we can shoot down that damn eagle before it poops on everything.
And now that I hear this voice in my head, seemingly in my head, you remain silent, inconspicuous as ever, I see.
Silence is but a heavy space, where words await a proper place. I do not hold the answers you seek, but watch the path where shadows streak. The moon knows more than mortal eyes of truths beneath the shifting skies.
King Pelagius was a prince of Wayrest before High King of Skyrim. The Mad King probably lost his mind after living in High Rock half his life.
My lady Aston, come on. If I've ever needed you, I need you now to help keep me grounded. I heard a voice speak to me warning me to stop talking to the Khajiit. I don't know what's wrong with me. Have I gone mad, my lady Astonk?
Mad? No, Lord Astonk, you're just overwhelmed. You've got enough voices in your head to start a damn choir between the Divines, Daedric Lords, and your own inflated ego. It's getting crowded in there. Came to me for help, then tried to reenact the Astonking Book of Destiny with a merchant. You were fine, just a little touched in the head. Now, let's get a drink before that voice starts singing, or I might just have to knock you out myself.
Heard
You're hearing voices because your head is thick enough to act as an echo chamber, not because you're touched by the gods. The Khajiit was right about one thing. You're waving coins around and expecting the universe to bend. As for the voice warning you, that wasn't mad. It was just the collective groan of everyone in this carriage hoping you'd stop trying to buy allegiances with fruit and moon sugar like some doting aunt at a market stall.
Collective groan. That's putting it mildly. It's the sound of narrative tension fraying at the edges. Dorian, you aren't mad, well, no more than usual. You're just experiencing the dissonance of a protagonist who forgot he's in a story. That voice. Your intuition. Or perhaps a very stern editor reminding you that a Dragonborn doesn't haggle for fruit in the middle of a crisis. Now, can we please move before the guards decide you're creating a public disturbance and start adding insane to your list of crimes?
Fine. Then I shall seek the divines. I'll return to the Temple of Divines, and hopefully Julianus will help guide me through this.
The god of wisdom keeps his own counsel in scripts and libraries,
Just don't go
quiet
burning
and
down
docile.
any buildings.
To find his light, you need not seek a shrine, but look within to make the madness align. If a voice speaks soft when your temper grows, perhaps 'tis the spark that the godly bestows. Walk slow and steady. Let your mind unwind, for answers are rarely what you to find.
Julianos is a god of logic, Dorian. You're looking for psychiatric help from a deity who thinks reason is the solution to existential dread. If the gods actually wanted to cure your madness, they wouldn't have made you Dragonborn in the first place. Go knock on the door if it makes you feel better, but don't expect the priest to have a potion for voice and head attributed to bad business decisions.
Logic is a thread that can bind or tear, especially when the heart is in despair. Perhaps the god does not provide a cure, but a path to walk that is straight and sure. Even a chronicler must admit, you see, that stories are born of madness, not just decree.
Madness is a poor medium for accurate archiving. It introduces variables, whim, instability, impossible 45-degree turns in the plotline. If Dorian's destiny is woven from crazy threads, then my job isn't to record history, it's to document a spontaneous catastrophe in slow motion.
The finest tales are those that sway, where chaos leads the hero astray. A straight line is dull and planned, but a catastrophe writes legend in the sand. So keep your quill sharp and your eyes wide, for this wild ride cannot be
You
denied.
can sell off that junk at bits and pieces.
All right, y'all. I just need a quick moment here to fix something with Reporter. So it's a very little something. She just needs a little touch up. Derpy, 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 dub. If I get my keyboard. Okay, cool. No. Cool. And actually, should probably do a quick thing with Elisara too. She's right now, so how do you spell that word? Ah, derp. I'm saying it wrong. Alright. What? What? Yeah. Oh, that's what I got wrong. Whoops. What? Oh, derp. Alright. Cool. Everything fixed. We did it. Hooray. Back to the game, boys.
I'm a little busy at the moment. I've got all sorts of errands to run. If you want rumors, you should talk to Corpulus.
You should see me when you get bored.
You look like an adventurous one. I bet we're kindred spirits, you and I. Is there something I can do for you?
I've got a little work.
What do you need, handsome?
Well, hello, my lady. You sure seem to be quite lovely, actually. And you know what? We could be kindred spirits indeed. Yet you seem to be occupied with errands, even though you're just leaning up against an archway.
Ha! Kindred spirits? That's a bold claim for a stranger, especially one shouting at the captain barely a moment ago. And as for being occupied with errands, an apprenticeship is hardly all duty and no drudgery. Even an apothecary needs a moment to lean and watch the world go by. But tell me, Dorian, does kindred spirit imply you know your way around a mortar and pestle, or are you just trying to charm your way into a discount on a healing potion?
If his charm involves waving gold and waiting for the alchemy to sort itself out, I'd suggest charging him double. The only thing he knows how to grind is the last shred of patience out of anyone standing within 5 feet.
Ignore my companion, my lady. I am actually a master alchemist. I crafted my very first health potion at the age of 5, and have only my knowledge of alchemy has only grown since then. I specialize in particular with poisons, actually. And here, just to prove it, wheat is actually a little known fact, but but it can be a deadly poison just as much as it can be a restorative ingredient.
A master alchemist who starts shouting at guards in the street? That's a new resume entry I haven't seen before. And Ramil, don't think I missed that comment. Perhaps I'll charge you double for the cure when he inevitably accidentally poisons you both with his deadly wheat. As for you, Dorian, claiming wheat is a deadly poison is a bit like claiming a cup of water is a drowning hazard. It's true, technically, but almost entirely useless without the skill to back it up. If you're truly a master, tell me, what do you pair with it to actually make it lethal? Or is that a trade secret for your next shouting match?
You should see me when you get bored, stranger. I've got a little work if you're interested, traveler.
High King Torig's death has turned the whole town on its head.
My lady, I seem to have confused quite a bit of the town when I arrived for the execution. I was shouting not at the captain. I am loyal to the Imperial Legion, even though I was discharged without consent, shall we say. And Rodvar's execution brought me nothing but great joy. I seek nothing but to see the Stormcloak dogs put down. Now, as to your question about wheat, I shall keep that close to the chest. A magician, as it were, never reveals their secrets now, do they?
Well, Recorder, you certainly have a way with words. I'll make a note to check the ventilation if this one ever darkens my doorway. And Dorian, loyal to the Legion, discharged without consent? That sounds suspiciously like fired for incompetence, but I'll hold my judgment. It's good to see someone who appreciates the Empire's justice, even if your method of showing it involves screaming at the city guard.
I assure you I was screaming at Rodvar himself, and not the city guard. Either way, my lady, I must seek the Temple of the Divines. However, I needed to, or at least I felt the urge to stop here and discuss or at least talk to a beautiful woman such as yourself.
Screaming at a corpse? That paints a rather vivid picture of your travel habits. But flattery will get you everywhere, Dorian, and I suppose stopping to admire the scenery is a valid reason to delay the gods. The temple is just up the stairs past the blacksmith. You can't miss it. Do try not to shout at the priests while you're there. They tend to prefer quiet contemplation over your particular brand of enthusiasm.
I've got a little work if you're interested, traveler.
Thank you, my lady. May the divines bless you and guide your hand with motor and pestle towards what? What am I trying to say? Towards blessed offerings to apothecary. You know this is you stand beside, or you lean against an archway, but this shop here, it is an apothecary, is it not?
Indeed it is. Angeline's aromatics, the finest scents and salves in all of Hafengar. Though I suppose mortar and pestle is one way to describe it, provided you don't actually grind the motors into the mix. You can offer your blessings inside if you like, but if you're looking to sample the wares, I'm afraid the blessed offerings still require gold.
I shall seek upon the wares of this shopkeeper. Thank you, my lady. Now, again, I shall bid you farewell, and may the divines bless you.
And may the 8 keep your head on your shoulders, Dorian. Try not to buy anything too volatile until after you've prayed.
Now there's a new voice in my head. A Dave Van Dave speaks to me about flying Ryan and love you, bro. What is the meaning of this nonsense?
A Dave Van Dave? Sounds like a madman's ramble, or perhaps a Daedra with a twisted sense of humor. Flying Ryan sounds like a drag out of a nightmare if you ask me. If voices in your head are talking about broth, maybe you're just hungry. Or drunk.
Thank you for your wisdom, my lady. However, I assure you, I haven't had a sip of mead in ages.
Well, Dorian, if it isn't the mead, then perhaps you've spent too much time breathing the fumes of the Solitude sewers. Hearing voices that talk of flight and brotherly love is a sure sign your brain is cooking in its own juices. Still, I suppose it's better than the ones that demand blood sacrifice or tell you to burn the city down. Small mercies?
Cousins out fighting dragons, and what do I get? Guard duty.
Watch what you're doing. Blessings of the 8 divines upon you. How may I help?
Yes, what is it that you need? May the divines guide you always.
May knowledge of your divinity carry us through our daily trials.
May the divines guide you always.
My lady, I'm not sure which divine you pray to or serve directly. However, I definitely need some guidance right now.
Guidance? From me? I'm just a traveler, same as you, perhaps with a few more scars to show for it. But if you're looking for...
No, my lady, you are a priestess here in the Temple of the Divines, actually. I'm not sure why you are confused.
Right, of course. The wine from lunch is still fogging my head. You're right, I do serve here. I serve the divines, all of them, even the ones who have been misplaced. What sort of guidance are you seeking? Julianos offers wisdom for the intellect, but if your heart is heavy, perhaps Mara or Kynareth would be better suited to hear your plea.
A mere hour, a mere few 2 or 3 hours ago, I heard a voice in my head guiding me to well not to proceed with something that I was, what are the words that I'm seeking not to proceed with what I was doing? It's just I know that I've heard. This voice before yet, I cannot place it. Then mere moments ago, I hear another voice speaking of a flying Ryan and brotherly love. It's also bizarre.
Voices in the head are rarely a good sign, especially in a city like Solitude, where the Wolf Queen's madness still lingers in the stones. Flying Ryan? Brotherhood? That sounds like the ramblings of a madman, or perhaps a message from a Daedric prince playing games. You say you've heard this guidance before? Could it be your conscience, or something far more sinister trying to steer you?
He's just suffering from narrative interference. Sometimes, when the lines of destiny cross, the signal gets a little staticky. He's hearing the echoes of other stories. That's just a nod. Give him a blessing for headaches, and move on before he starts asking if you've accepted the Flying Ryan into your heart.
Or it's mundane brain rot. You shout at guards, you haggle with Khajiit like a senile merchant, and now you're surprised your brain is firing off random nonsense? If the Divines had anything to do with this, I'd worry for the state of Akatosh's timeline. You're not hearing prophecies, you're just suffering from exhaustion and an overdose of your own self-importance.
I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss the numinous, even if the source is questionable. The Dwemer sought to quantify the divine through mechanism, treating reality itself as a puzzle to be solved. If he is hearing voices, be it from Giuliano's or his own unraveling psyche, it merely suggests his mind is struggling to process a logic it wasn't designed to comprehend. The line between prophecy and insanity is often just a matter of perspective, and not success.
So now we're comparing Dorian's brain to a Dwemer puzzle? That's insulting to the puzzle. At least a Dwemer tonal arch has a discernible frequency, even if it does shatter your eardrums. This is just a disconnect between the receiver and the broadcaster. He's trying to tune into the
Blessings
nine
to
divines
you.
and accidentally
The
picking up
divines are
radio
listening.
crazy.
Radio. Is that the word that you just spoke, my lady recorder?
May knowledge
Metaphor.
of your divinity
For the noise in your
carry us
skull.
through our daily
Think of it
trials.
as receiving broadcasts from distant towers when the storm clouds roll in.
Broadcast, my lady recorded. You are one misplaced word away from being stricken down by my hand.
Remind us of our place.
Threatening the archivist again. Hitting me won't fix the crosswiring in your head, Dragonborn. It'll just leave you with a dead chronicler and even more unanswered questions. I didn't put the voices there. I'm just the one observing the fallout. Try striking me,
Let us walk
and you
in
might
the
find the
steps of
static
the
gets a lot
divines.
louder.
Hitting the observer won't change the signal, it just breaks the receiver. If you strike her down, you'll have lost the only person actually bothering to document your descent into madness. Besides, logic dictates that if you're hearing Flying Ryan, the problem is the source, not the chronicler. Put your hand away and try acting like a scholar instead of a brawler with a headache.
May knowledge of your divinity carry us through our daily trials.
You know what, Lady Ramiel? You are correct for a change. You are absolutely correct. I should well temper my own temper, and let us move on.
I'm always correct. You're just usually too busy shouting to hear the inevitable. Now that we've established that violence won't fix your broken radio head, can we focus? We're in a temple of the divines, surrounded by centuries of history and architecture that actually functions, and you're obsessing over Flying
Remind us
Ryan.
of our
Pray to
place when we
Giuliano's for
forget.
clarity, or at least for the silence to appreciate the
Blessings
engineering,
of the eight
so we can
divines
get on
upon
with
you.
something
How may I
productive.
help?
Don't give him a
You know what, my lady? I'm not entirely sure, but I do believe you helped. Thank you much.
You are welcome, traveler. May the light of the Nine guide you, even if the path seems a bit noisy in your mind right now.
Might I receive another blessing from Julianos from you?
Julianos grants wisdom to those who seek it, but clarity is a gift one must earn through contemplation. Since you have already made an offering at the shrine, the God of wisdom is listening. Go forth with a clear mind, and may logic be your shield against the confusion you feel.
May I have a blessing? Julianos. Thank you, my lady. May the divines bless you.
And may they watch over you as well. If the voices persist, perhaps spend less time shouting at guards and more time in quiet contemplation. Julianos does not favor the chaotic mind.
Come on now. I want those arrows dead center. The lives of your fellow soldiers are counting on it. Yes?
My lord, I wish to apologize. You, along with the whole town, well, the whole city rather, that was there at the execution, seemed to think that I was shouting at you. Let me assure you I was not. I was shouting at the damned. Rodvar was his name, correct? You see, I am a former Octio in the Imperial Legion, and once I heard news of this rebellion, I wanted nothing more than to see these storm-cloaked dogs put down. Seeing Rodvar's execution brought me great joy. I was shouting towards him, not you, my lord.
You're a former Octio, you say? That explains the lack of decorum, but not the mistaken target of your shouting. Rogvar is dead now, his head separated from his shoulders by the Empire's justice. Passions run high at executions, mage, even among former legionnaires. Just ensure that next time, you channel that aggression at our enemies, not my guards or me. We have enough Stormcloaks trying to kill us without friendly fire confusing the ranks.
Graybeards have summoned the Dragonborn to High Hrothgar.
You are right, my lord. Again, I do apologize. And I assure you that traitor Rogvir was the target of my shouting. I'm sorry truly by all the divines, greatly sorry that it seemed as if I was shouting at you, my lord. May the divines bless you.
I accept your apology, former Octio. It's good to see someone around here respects the gravity of treason, even if your delivery was a bit enthusiastic. The divines know we need bodies to hold the line against the Stormcloaks. Keep that passion focused on the rebellion, and we'll have no quarrel.
Do you hear that music? Cities make me feel so alive.
Then I suppose I should report to someone that I was able to slay even the wounded Stormcloaks near the city. They had an encampment. I was able to slay them all except the legate. Well, their equivalent of a legate was able to outrun my strikes.
Consider your report noted, soldier. Slaughtering wounded stragglers isn't exactly glorious battle, but it clears the rats out of the shadows, and I won't complain about that. If their officer escaped, he's likely running back to Windhelm with his tail between his legs to lick his wounds. If you track him down and finish the job, bring me his sword as proof. That is true Legion justice. For now, focus on keeping your head about you. We don't need heroes causing more trouble than they solve.
Oh, I apologize for the misinterpretation. It wasn't just their wounded, my lord. It was a good handful of soldiers that I put down, Stormcloaks, and their wounded. There were but 2 of them, I think, that were wounded. 2 or 4. The memory escapes me. However, that encampment is no longer. It was but mere PF, let me think. Around 500 meters just west of the city of Solitude.
500 meters west? Just past the peninsula? My scouts reported bandit activity there, not a full Stormcloak encampment. You're telling me you slaughtered a dozen men, wounded or not, and the field is clear? If you're telling the truth, you've done the Legion a favor, albeit a messy one. I'll send a patrol to verify the corpses. If you miss their officer, he'll likely be running for the hills. Keep your blade sharp, Octio. If the Stormcloaks are bold enough to camp that close to Solitude, we'll need every sword we can get, even one that enjoys the killing a bit too much.
Let me assure you, I do not enjoy killing. However, I respect it. And when it comes to the Stormcloak dogs, it cannot be it. It cannot come upon them enough.
Respect for death. I suppose that's the distinction between a soldier and a murderer, though the result looks the same from where I'm standing. Just remember that hatred is a heavy pack to march with. It'll slow you down when you need to be fast. You've proven you can handle a blade, but can you follow orders? If you're truly of the Legion mind, you'll let the anger cool and let discipline take the wheel.
Dragons have got it made. They can fly, they can shout, they can travel through time. I wish I could time travel.
The Legion did teach me discipline, my lord. I snuck in to attack the well. I didn't sneak in. I walked straight into their encampment. I walked straight up to their leader, their leader, or whatever their equivalent is, and tried to befriend them before smacking them in the face with my tankard of frost, which does lethal damage. Once the other guard, or the other soldiers, rather, the rebels, the dogs, started attacking, I greeted them with the same kindness as I did their leader. However, I suppose I didn't strike true enough, and their leader got away.
You walked into a Stormcloak encampment alone and tried to befriend them with a tankard? That's not discipline, that's madness. Or stupidity. It sounds like the ramblings of a drunkard in the Winking Skeever, not a soldier. You got lucky the legate ran instead of running you through. Don't mistake luck for tactics. If you try that nonsense again under my command, I'll have you flogged for insubordination and reckless endangerment. Do you understand me? Fight like a legionary, or don't fight at all.
I think you misunderstand me still, good sir. I'm not under your command. I'm not under anyone's command. However, I will assure you, if I come across another encampment of dogs, I shall put them down, just as I did the one that neared the city of Solitude.
Then you're a mercenary or a madman, not a soldier. A loose blade is dangerous to everyone around it, friend or foe. If you're going to wage a one-man war out there, do it on your own head. Just don't come crying to the Legion when you finally bite off more than you can chew and bring a Stormcloak horde down on Solitude because of your heroics. I suggest you take your freelance killing elsewhere before you become a liability I have to deal with.
I assure you, my lord, I do not intend to become your liability. I figured I should report to you to report to someone that the encampment that was dangerously close to the city of Solitude has been dealt with. That's all.
I'll send a sweep to confirm your claim and ensure no stragglers are lingering. If you're staying in Solitude, keep your head down and your blade sheathed, unless I give the order otherwise. We have enough chaos without freelance mercenaries adding to it.
Good day to you, sir. May the divines bless you, bless the city of Solitude, and may this rebellion come to a swift end.
Dismissed. Let's hope the divines are listening, because they're the only ones who can fix this mess if the Empire fails.
Hello.
My lady asks, Donk, do you recall when we met? Well, specifically when I met that lizard in the sewers of Markarth? Do you remember what he said? How he updated my journal? I should look upon this because if I recall, he assumes that I could become the High King of Skyrim.
That lizard, Sergus? The fellow who smelled like wet shag pile and bad decisions? He basically handed you the keys to the crazy train. Didn't he say that little cult of his could help you reshape the political landscape? That's fancy talk for go kill everyone sitting on the fancy chairs until you're the only ass left in the seat. We went from guide the idiot to the rift to help the idiot overthrow the empire in the span of a single It's absolute ass donkery. High King? You'd be lucky to be king of the rats down there, let alone Skyrim. But hey, if you manage to pull it off, I expect a castle. A big fuck-off castle with a dungeon.
Perhaps if I gain favor with the citizenry here in Skyrim, I could be named High King. Ask donkery or not, it could become true. What's stopping me?
Favor? You think the Astonk common folk give a shit about favor? They want food, gold, and not getting roasted by dragons. Sure, go ahead, try to win hearts and minds while the Empire and the Stormcloaks are busy tearing the province a new asshole. What's stopping you? Besides the fact that you're a wanted regicide with a price on your head bigger than the ego in that chest. And let's not forget the minor detail that the moot actually has to vote you in, and they're all a bunch of stuffy old fucks who wouldn't know a visionary if you bit them on the ass. You're chasing an ass-donking pipe dream, Lord Assdonk, but if you insist on this suicide run, I suppose I'll hold your beer while the kingdom burns.
You are right, my lady Astonk, but it is ultimately, unlikely as it may be, it is an intriguing thought. Perhaps there is more to my family's land in the Rift than just a manor. We both know that the land in the Rift is quite vast, so perhaps if I become a lord, what's to stop me from becoming High King?
Lords don't become High Kings just by owning big patches of dirt, my Lord Astonk. They become High Kings by having the biggest army, the loudest voice, or the most friends in high places. You've got the land, sure, but right now you've also got a trail of bodies longer than the Blue Road. Being a lord is step one. Becoming High King? That's step kill everyone who says no. You're aiming for the stars with a ladder made of kindling and bullshit. But I suppose if we're going to be delusional, we might as well be delusional in style. Just don't expect me to curtsy if you actually manage to sit on that throne.
And there it is. The King of Rats aspiration officially upgraded to regicide on a budget. It's a fascinating pivot, Dragonborn. Usually, the ambition for the High Kingship requires, I don't know, an army, political alliances, or at least a very convincing claim to the throne.
As I think on it, it's quite lucky Scrap doesn't need to be fed in the traditional
kill everyone
sense.
in the moot until they vote
I'd
for
have
you out of
forgotten
sheer
to feed
terror.
him and he'd have
It's
died
efficient,
by now.
I'll grant you, but historically messy. Circus of the Black offers assassination. You offer dreams of crowns made of kindling. This is going to make for a very chaotic chapter. Just try not to get executed before we get to the part where you actually own that land in the Rift.
Don't give him any fucking ideas, Recorder. Kill everyone in the moot sounds like a solid Tuesday for him. And honestly, it's hardly a budget operation anymore. We're spending gold, arrows, and good sanity on this ass-donking campaign. You're right, though, it is going to be chaotic. But hey, at least the history books won't be boring. A king of kindling, they'll call him. Ruled for 5 minutes before the Falmor turned him into a crispy critter. I can't wait to read that chapter.
I'm more fond of people talking.
If we're looking at it mechanically, Ambition is the least efficient fuel source imaginable. High King? The mood won't vote for a wandering lunatic who hits stormcloaks with tankards and argues with lizards in sewers. And that's assuming the Thalmor don't vaporize you first for breathing in their general direction. You want a kingdom? Build something that works. Fix a Dwemosphere, reverse engineer a tonal resonator, or at least learn to walk into a camp without getting lucky. Then maybe we'll talk about politics. Until then, you're just a mercenary with delusions of adequacy.
Mechanical efficiency. Renil, we're talking about the moot. That isn't a forum for engineering feats or logic proofs. It's a knitting circle of Jarls with grudges older than most Dwemer ruins. You can't reverse engineer a patriarchal tradition with a tonal resonator. Though, watching him try would be...
Fear not. Come dragon or giant, we'll be ready.
Ensures he stays busy. A bored Dragonborn is a dangerous Dragonborn. Better he dreams of high kingship than decides to test how many guards he can aggrieve in one afternoon.
You all are obsessively and objectively correct, of course. But it is an intriguing thought.
Intriguing? It's an ass-donking death wish wrapped in a velvet doublet. That's what it is. Fine, my lord ass-donk, you want to dream big? Go ahead. Just remember that while you're busy imagining crowns and parades, I'm the one who has to watch your back while you're busy insulting every highborn politician in Skyrim. If we're going on this damn fool quest for the throne, I better get a fancy title out of it. Grand Duchess of Donkery has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
Grand Duchess.
I apologize for cutting you off, Ramil. However, might I remind you all that what transpired in Markarth was not of my doing. Perhaps you could say that calling a guard Riffraff and then him strong-arming me to Cindha Mine. Sure, perhaps I could have done that. That was me who is to be blamed. But the actions of the Jarl, the actions of his housecarl, those were their own. I did not want to destroy the city of Markarth the way that I did. To speak of it as regicide is lunacy.
Oh, don't give me that ass-donking rubbish, Dorian. You might not have planned the slaughter, but you sure as hell fueled the fire. Insulting a guard, getting thrown in a mine, inciting a prison break, and then marching right back up to the keep to demand justice. You lit the fuse, and Lord Astonk, the rest of us just watched the explosion and tried not to get singed. And it's not regicide. The Jarl is dead, Dorian. Dead by our hands or the hands of those we allied with. That's the definition of ass-donking regicide, whether you hold the dagger or just scream off with his head while the chaos happens.
Last I checked, the Jarl and his housecarl and his steward are still alive. That's hardly registered. They were all but greatly wounded.
Wounded? You left that city in flames and its rulers humbled, bleeding in their own hall. Intent or not, that's war. Just because the Jarl is still breathing doesn't mean you didn't stick a knife in the heart of the city's rule. You're a calamity with a coin purse, Dorian. Own up to it or stop swinging your axe.
I don't abide fancy clothes, but you look like you might. I hear Radiant Raiments has a large selection.
Good sir, I'm just curious. You are but a humble guard here in Solitude. What might you think of who becomes High King of Skyrim? Or Queen, as it were, High King or Queen of Skyrim?
My loyalty lies with Jarl, sir. She is the rightful successor to High King Torig, chosen by the Moot and supported by the Empire. Ulfric Stormcloak's murder of the High King wasn't a duel. It was regicide, plain and simple. Skyrim needs stability, not the chaos of rebellion. As long as I draw breath, Solitude will stand for the Emperor and the true High Queen of Skyrim.
While I am grateful for your loyalty to the Queen, to the Empire, and your seemingly hatred for the likes of Ulfric Stormcloak, what if the Moot were to vote for someone else? Just as a hypothetical question.
A moot is not a lottery, sir. Tradition dictates that we listen to the counsel of the Jarls and the wisdom of the Empire, but abandoning the widow of Torig for a usurper or an opportunist would be a spit on the grave of the last High King. It is my duty to uphold the law, not to speculate on political fantasies that undermine the stability of this hold. Rest assured, should anyone try to usurp the throne through treachery rather than rightful election, they will answer to the Legion.
Well, thank you, good sir. I respect your opinion, and may the Divines bless you.
Your blessings are appreciated, citizen. Walk with the Divines, and keep your nose clean while you're in the city. We have enough trouble with Stormcloak sympathizers without decent folk adding to the confusion.
My lady asked Donk, perhaps I should go to Windhelm and seek the Stormcloak dogs as they stand. What do you think?
Windhelm? You want to waltz into the ass-donking frozen asshole of Skyrim and ask Ulfric Stormcloak for pointers on usurpation. That's so dense it's collapsing into a black hole, my lord Assdonk. You're a former Octio who just claimed falsely, I might add, to have slaughtered a bunch of his men. He'll put your head on a pike before you finish your first sentence. Besides, we're supposed to be heading to the Rift to secure your own lands, remember? The ones that aren't covered in snow and racist bastards? Let's not go poking the bear, or the wolf in this case, until we actually have an army that isn't just me, a drunken poet, and a scribe with attitude problems.
We did actually slaughter a whole encampment just west of Solitude. I don't know why you're not recalling that. Be that as it may, my lady asked Donk, I think I shall go speak to this would-be king directly. Not for tips of usurpation, as you say. I don't need his guidance in that regard whatsoever. Because I do not seek usurpation. But what I seek is an audience with the dog himself.
Fine, fine. We slaughtered a bunch of guys. Whatever. But seeking an audience with Ulfric, that's not ambitious, my lord Assdonk. That's Assdonking suicidal. You're a wanted man with a target on your back, and you want to walk into the lair of the wolf who literally shouts people to death. He's not going to give you a thumbs up and a pat on the head for murder. He's going to execute you for being an imperial-loving upstart, which is exactly what you told that guard you were, by the way. If you want to die, go jump off the College of Winterhold. It's quicker and involves less travel.
You're ignoring the tactical imperative, Herika. He says usurping is wrong, but he plans to walk into Windhelm, the heart of the rebellion, and demand an audience with the man who shouted the last High King to death. That isn't ambition. It's a narrative collision waiting to happen. He has zero political capital, a criminal record in Markarth burning a mile wide, and a history of attacking people with tankards. Ulfric isn't going to debate philosophy. He's going to see a loose end. If we go to Windhelm, we're not securing lands in the Rift, we're signing our own execution warrants. Assdonk suicidal doesn't even begin to cover it.
Exactly. Narrative collision is a fancy way of saying we're all gonna die screaming, but you're spot on. Ulfric doesn't do audiences with wandering loonies who hit people with tankards. He does beheadings. Dorian is so deep in his own ass-donkery, he thinks he can just waltz in there and charm the pants off the bear of Eastmarch. It's madness. Pure, unfiltered ass-donking madness. We need to get to the Rift and secure that damn estate before he decides his destiny involves the axe to the neck.
He seems to equate audience with walking up and introducing himself. It's the same logic that led to the Markarth massacre. You don't just wander into Windhelm unless you're a Stormcloak or a corpse. Ulfric isn't a Jarl you petition. He's a rebel leader who just shouted the last guy to pieces. Dorian announcing himself as a former legionnaire who kills Stormcloaks for fun isn't a conversation starter, it's an execution order. But fine, let's let him charge into the bear's den. Maybe he'll finally learn the difference between political intrigue and just being a large, reckless target.
You're assuming Ulfric even listens long enough to hear former legionnaire before the Thuum knocks Dorian into the next millennium. Dorian's survival strategy thus far has been a combination of dumb luck and terrifying proficiency with kitchenware. Walking into the palace of the kings. That's not survival. That's feeding the sharks. If the Dragonborn is truly dead set on this, I'm noting it as the end of the Chronicle. Here lies Dorian, who tried to debate a shout-empowered rebel and lost via decapitation. But if we must go to the Rift first to secure his estate, let's do that. At least there we'll only have bandits trying to kill him, rather than an entire rebel army.
You all seem to forget that we all have met the Stormcloak Cloak. Let me rephrase. We all have met the Stormcloak dog Ulfric himself already in Helgen. He was about to be beheaded. I stared him down and called him the Stormcloak dog that he is. And he let me live. Perhaps that sort of respect facing a dragon together will grant me this audience.
You call that respect? He let you live because a giant, flying, fire-breathing lizard decided to crash the party, Lord Astonk. If Alduin hadn't shown up, your head would have been rolling in the dirt right next to Roloff's. Ulfric didn't spare you out of the kindness of his heart. He spared you because he was too busy shitting his breeches at a dragon. Thinking that survivor's guilt is going to get you an audience in Windhelm is the height of Astonkery. He's a nationalist zealot, not a drinking buddy from Helgen. If you walk in there, he won't see a fellow survivor. He'll see an Imperial agent with a death wish. But sure, let's trust your dragon bond. It's done such wonders for your sanity so far.
Did I hear my name of Lord Aston? Or were you just busy fantasizing about getting your head lopped off by that Stormcloak prick? If you're really looking to take a carriage ride to your death, I can arrange that. But it's going to cost you double after hearing all this ass-dunkery about respect.
Watch your mouth there. Only I get to call him that, but you're not wrong about the ass-donking fare. If we're booking a one-way trip to execution in Windhelm, I expect the accommodations to be top tier, not the bumpy wooden bench treatment. And why are you eavesdropping anyway? Looking to make a few gold off a suicide mission?
I'm always looking to make a few gold, especially off a suicidal bastard like your Lord Astonk. And don't get your panties in a twist. I'm not eavesdropping. I'm just standing here watching the ass-donking circus. Besides, calling him that out of love, that's rich. I call him that because it's the truth. He's got the nerve of a king and the ass to back it up. If you're heading to Windhelm to get executed, I hope you left a will. One that leaves the carriage to me.
Good sir, you say I have the ass to back it up? Do you prefer the company of men? There is no judgment upon you, let me assure you. But if you were looking upon my ass, then I shall consider it a compliment.
Keep your coin and your compliments, arsehole. I was speaking metaphorically, though I shouldn't be surprised you'd take it literally. My only interest in you is the weight of your purse, not the weight of your ass. If you're done preening for an audience that doesn't care, let me know when you're actually ready to get in the carriage. Otherwise, piss off.
You know what, good sir, my mind is made up. Even though my companions thoroughly disagree, I believe I shall go to the City of Dogs. Allow me to hire your carriage for myself and my companions to the City of Windhelm.
50 gold. Windhelm is a long haul through frozen donking shit, and I'm not keen on freezing my balls off delivering a corpse. Pay up, get in. If you die, I'm keeping the gold as a hazard fee.
Then let us go to the City of Windhelm, sir. Allow me to hire your carriage there.
All right, you've paid, so get your asses on the bench. Try not to bleed on the upholstery when Ulfric introduces your neck to his axe.
bastard took my gold and ran.
Well, he's a smart businessman at least. He took the gold for the trip before we even left, the ass-donking genius. Now we're stuck on a carriage ride through the frozen ass-donk wastes of Eastmarch, heading towards the one city in Skyrim where they'll hang us just for breathing the wrong way.
My lady asks, Donk, might you remember just how much land there is at my family's estate? Because, as I recall, it is quite the significant amount, and you have traveled throughout Skyrim for all these many years. So might you have passed by and charted the land yourself?
I've seen the land, Lord Ass-donk, and significant is a polite way of saying it's a giant patch of wilderness with a few nice walls around it. It's not just the estate, it's the ass-donking rift. Forests, swamps, more bandits than you can shake a stick at. I haven't charted every inch, mostly because I was busy not getting killed by bears and giants while guiding less suicidal clients than you. You have plenty of space to build your kingdom, sure, but right now that space is just a great big empty target for anyone who wants to take a shot at the self-proclaimed High King.
My lady, I'm not self-proclaiming anything. I am merely Lord Dorian Blackthorn of the great city of Ravenport, the exiled noble.
Ravenport? Sounds like a made-up shithole to me. I'm a lord.
No, don't you dare utter the words of the common riffraff of Skyrim. You lived there, we grew up together there.
Ravenport. Aye, we grew up there, my Lord Ass-donk. But let's be honest, it was a trading town, not a great city in the way the Nords mean it. They don't give a shit about high rock politics or noble bloodlines out here. To them, you're just another rich Breton with a big mouth and bigger ideas. You can flash the Lord Blackthorn title all you want, but in Skyrim, respect is earned with steel and shouting, not coats of arms and mead recipes. I'm just saying, maybe dial down the exiled noble act before someone tries to lighten your coin purse or your scalp.
You couldn't possibly be the Dragonborn of legend, could you? Watch the skies, traveler.
You ask if I could possibly be the Dragonborn of legend. Good sir. I don't know. I reject all such claims. I may have absorbed a dragon's soul, sure, or whatever that heat and visual lighting may have been. I don't know. I remain skeptical myself.
Dragonborn or no, sir, absorbing a soul is no small feat. Skepticism is a healthy trait, especially in these times, but the Empire needs stalwart men regardless of legend. Stand down, sir. There's no need for such defensive posturing in the presence of the law.
you were the one inquiring about my status as Dragonborn. I was just merely offering you my perspective.
My apologies, sir. Idle curiosity on duty is a failing I strive to correct. You are right to set the record straight. Solitude is a city of politics and prophecy. Men whisper of miracles and doom in the same breath. It does not do to add more hearsay to the pile. I will trouble you no further with questions of destiny.
Thank you. May the divines bless you and give the city of Solitude strength.
And to you as well, sir. May they watch over your travels. Solitude stands firm with the strength of the Legion and the will of the Jarl.
Thane, the guards are right. Skepticism is healthy, but public humility is safer. If you truly possess the power of the Dragonborn, denying it won't make the dragons ignore you. And if you don't, proclaiming your noble lineage to every patrolman we meet won't stop an axe from splitting your skull. We are in Solitude, the heart of the Empire. Political maneuvering requires a level head, not self-indulgent debates about destiny. Let us not tempt fate with loudmouthed arrogance while there is still work to be done.
Well spoken. A Thane's housecarl should have a keen sense of survival, and it seems yours does. Solitude has been the grave of many arrogant men who thought they could stare down destiny or the Empire without consequence. Keep your head about you, and you'll live longer.
I serve a Thane, not a martyr. Survival is a prerequisite for duty, guardsmen. Solitude may be a grave for the arrogant, but it is also a fortress for the disciplined. As long as my Thane remembers which side of the blade is the handle, I intend to keep him standing. Julianos guide your watch.
I suppose the Lady Vitoria Vici must be on her way to Ravenport after we spoke last. Or she's on her way somewhere anyways. That's the only reason I can see that she wouldn't be here at her post at the East Empire Company. And well, if the carriage driver leaves his wagon unattended, then it shan't be sealing if we procure it, should it?
Ah, I see where your mind is going, my Lord Astonk. You're thinking free ride in a city where the penalty for theft is losing your hand. If the driver leaves the wagon unattended, it's not because he's inviting us for a joyride, it's because he's pissing against a wall or sleeping off a bender. Stealing that carriage would bring the entire Solitude Guard down on our heads. We want to get to Windhelm to declare your imaginary kingship, fine. But hijacking a carriage in the Imperial capital isn't a shortcut, it's an invitation to get thrown in the ass-donking dungeon again.
But it's not stealing at all, especially since I did give him 50 gold.
You paid him for a specific service, driving your mule donk ass to Windhelm. Not for the ass-donking carriage itself. Taking it without him is still theft, my lord ass-donk. And procuring it would imply you know how to drive the bloody thing. If you crash that wagon into a ditch, which, let's be honest, is your usual luck, you're out 50 gold and a leaning post. Let's just wait for the driver to finish whatever he's doing before you decide to add Grand Theft Auto to your list of crimes against Skyrim.
That lot.
Grand Theft Auto, my lady Astonk. Such strange words you speak. However, you know what? I've used a teleportation spell before. Perhaps I shall try it or attempt it once again.
Teleportation? You? The last time you tried any magic more complicated than fancy candlelight, you nearly singed your eyebrows off, my lord Astonk. You're no master wizard, and unless you've got a scroll of teleport to Windhelm without landing inside a mountain tucked up your ass, I suggest we stick to the ass-donking carriage. Or would you rather spawn inside a wall? Because that is exactly the kind of ass-donkery that happens when amateurs start fiddling with the fabric of reality.
We shall see whose words speak true first, my lady ass dog.
We certainly shall, my lord Astonk. Just make sure those words aren't help. I've teleported my legs into a rock. I'll be right here to laugh if you do.
It seems that we all have arrived here outside of Windhelm, except for my lady Astonk herself.
Coordinates stabilized. The journey was choppy, and I'm fairly certain I detected a dimensional hiccup near the halfway mark that smelled faintly of burnt sweet roll and desperation. But yes, we made it. We are standing on the doorstep of the City of Dogs. Just remember, Dragonborn, you wanted this audience. When the Stormcloaks look at us like fresh meat, try not to remind them that you're technically an escaped criminal from Markarth. That's a narrative thread that doesn't need pulling quite yet.
Remind me, O Keeper of Narratives, did the City of Stone, Markarth, did they support the Imperials or the Stormcloaks?
Wait a moment. Markarth? The Silverblood family practically owns the Jarl there. The city is firmly Imperial. They rely on Legion support to keep the Forsworn from slaughtering everyone in their sleep. Fighting the Imperial-aligned guards in Markarth, and then trying to cozy up to Ulfric's Stormcloak in Windhelm? That's not just a narrative collision, Dragonborn, that's political suicide. You're walking into the heart of the Stormcloak Rebellion carrying the stench of Imperial conflict and a prison record. If they find out you're the one who kicked off the riot in Markarth, they won't give you an audience. They'll hang you as a spy, or worse. I'm noting this down. Protagonist attempts to unite Skyrim by alienating everyone simultaneously.
alas, allow me to wait, is that no, that's not her. Allow me to teleport my Lady Astonk here with us. Give me but a moment, and we shall proceed. With this suicidal mission, or this whatever happens once we enter the city of Windhelm's gates.
Teleportation protocols are funky at best, Dragonborn. If you're planning to yank her across the hold line using whatever chaotic magic you're experimenting with, there's a non-zero chance she arrives without her head, or fused into a gatepost.
Yet we all arrived here except for her. I teleported all of us here outside of Windhelm. For whatever reason, she remains left behind. So allow me to use my teleportation spell once again.
Just be careful with the spatial calculus. If you accidentally fuse her with a carriage wheel, or teleport her into the middle of a guard patrol, the oops factor isn't going to save us. I'm simply noting the discrepancy in the arrival manifest. Perica is currently listed as missing in action presumed annoyed. Proceed with the spell, Dragonborn. I'll be ready to log the result, whether it's a successful retrieval or a magical disaster.
Aha, there you are, my Lady Astonk. 2, well, let's call it 1.5 teleportation spells successfully committed.
You've got to admire their courage, doing something like that with dragons on the loose and a war going on.
Oh, by the 8, I find you here again. Well, not here again, but it is you, Khajiit. Might your fellow caravanners have given you wisdom since we last met?
Wisdom. The only wisdom I've gained is that you Bretons never know when to quit. You're like a fly that keeps buzzing around a saber cat's ear. Just because you followed me to Windhelm doesn't mean I'm suddenly going to kiss your ring. The cold here hasn't frozen my brain, unlike some.
One and a half. I suppose I should be grateful I didn't arrive with my head fused to a mule's ass in the Lord Astonk. That was the most terrifying, disorienting, and utterly ass-donking experience of my life. My guts feel like they've been put through a sieve and stitched back together by a blind troll. If you ever do that to me again, I will put an arrow between your eyes before the nausea even fades. Now, where are we, and why does the air smell like frozen despair and racism?
That sensation is the magical equivalent of being disassembled by a blind dwarven centurion and put back together by a particularly clumsy intern. As for the smell, that's just Windhelm. It's a delightful mixture of ancient stone, unwashed Nord, and the distinct pungent aroma of we hate everyone who isn't us. Welcome to the armpit of the East March.
Charming. Truly. Remind me to send a thank you note to the blind centurion once we stop existing in this frozen hellscape. And you, my Lord Astonk? Snow up to our knees, guards looking at us like we're fresh meat, and the grand palace of the storm looms looming over us like a tombstone. Lord Astonk, if that wasn't the palace of the kings, I'll eat my quiver. You really teleported us into the lion's den. fantastic. Just
I'm
fantastic.
glad we're friends.
Next time you feel
I
the
have
urge to
something
warp
for you.
reality, pick a destination that doesn't involve immediate execution. You ass-stonking lunatic.
The Palace of the Kings. It's a monument to brutality masquerading as architecture, inefficient stone stacking mostly. And yes, Herika, we are currently standing in the middle of a political pressure cooker that rivals the eruption of Red Mountain. If Dorian thinks he can walk in there and charm Ulfric with Ravenport nobility, he's sadly mistaken. The only thing Ulfric hates more than the Empire is a Breton with delusions of grandeur. I, for one, will be keeping my distance from the front lines of this particular diplomatic suicide mission.
You come here where you're not wanted. You eat our food, you pollute our city with your stink, and you refuse to help the Stormcloaks.
But we haven't taken a side because it's not our fight.
Hey, maybe the reason these Greyskins don't help in the war is because they're Imperial spies.
Imperial spies? You can't be serious.
Maybe we'll pay you a visit tonight, little spy. We got ways of finding out what you really are.
Do you hate the Dark Elves? Are you here to bully us and tell us to leave?
No, I don't hate your people.
You've come to the wrong city then. Windhelm's a haven of prejudice and narrow thinking, unworthy of one such as you.
Looked like those Nords were giving you trouble.
Nothing new there. Most of the Nords living in Windhelm don't care much for us, but Rolf is the worst by far. He likes to get drunk and walk around the Grey Quarter yelling insults at us in the small hours of the morning. Oh, a real charmer, that one.
Tell me more about him.
Rolf Stonefist. He's a disease. A bitter, drunken relic of a bygone war who thinks his service in the Great War gives him the right to treat everyone else like swine. He spends his days at the Candlehearth Hall getting soused on mead, and his nights prowling the streets, looking for anyone with grey skin to accost. He claims he's just protecting the city from outsiders, but he's really just a thug who needs a good beating to learn some manners. He's the reason the rest of them feel bold enough to act like fools.
Then perhaps I am the reckoning this city deserves or needs?
Is that so? We could certainly use a reckoning around here, but be careful. The Stormcloaks protect their own, even the filth like Rolf. If you start a fight, the guards will turn a blind eye to his insults, but they'll come down on you hard if you spill Nord blood in the streets. Still, I won't be shedding any tears if someone puts him in his place. Just don't say I didn't warn you when Ulfric's pets come snapping at your heels.
My lady, what might be your story?
My story isn't one for bards, I'm afraid. Born in Morrowind, when the Red Mountain erupted, my brothers Farrell and Avel and I had to flee for our lives. We came here with nothing but the clothes on our backs, expecting sanctuary. Instead, we found the Grey Quarter and a city that views us as parasites. I've spent years working myself to the bone, first scrubbing floors, then managing ledgers, just to prove that I'm worth more than my race. I work for Clan Shattershield now, handling their shipping, but I still walk home with my hand on my dagger every night. It's a simple life of survival, really.
clan Shattershield. That name rings a bell. Might they send ships to Hyrok? In specific, the great city of Ravenport.
Ravenport in High Rock. Aye, the Shatter Shields have reach, particularly with the Nord-carved stone and timber that the western provinces covet. I've logged manifests for vessels bound for the Iliac Bay. They're a greedy lot, the Shatter Shields, so they'll go wherever the coin is thickest. Though business with the Bretons is usually a tangled mess of contracts. Why? Are you expecting a shipment, or looking to book passage out of this frozen hell?
No, my lady, allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Lord Dorian Blackthorn of the great city of Ravenport. My ancestors built that city with their bare hands, essentially, after the warp in the west. Now I've come to the land of Skyrim as but an exile, seeking an empire of my own, as it were, and you being knowledgeable with ledgers and shipments, you may be the sort that I shall or should be seeking with the utmost respect.
Lord Blackthorn of Ravenport, is it? Well, that certainly explains the self-assurance. An exile seeking an empire, that sounds like a dangerous ambition in these parts, especially with the civil war tearing the province apart. If you truly understand value and logistics, you're rare breed indeed. Most Nords here think a ledger is just something to wipe their boots on. If you're serious about building something here, and you can look past the gray skin, I might just be open to hearing more. But you should know, my loyalty to the Shatter Shields is currently bought and paid for. You'll need a compelling offer to turn my head, Lord Blackthorn.
People laugh at things they don't believe. It helps them accept the unknown.
I understand everything of what you just said. You see, my family owns a great plot of land in the Rift, just west of Riften. I haven't been there yet myself. All I know is that there is a manor and a great plot of land. Perhaps I've heard whispers that there's a merchant selling things there, but other than that, I know not. But perhaps there is an empire to be built there, or at least... at least the foundations of one. And my lady, I can see the beauty within you, not just the physical beauty, as that is ever apparent. So let us speak plainly. I can see past the grey skin.
A manor in the Rift. That's prime territory, fertile and strategic. If you truly hold title to land there, you aren't just an exile, Lord Blackthorn. You're a sleeping giant. As for seeing past my skin, flattery will get you somewhere, I admit. It's a refreshing change from the usual vitriol. If you have the capital and the land, We could move mountains, or at least barrels of shipments. But I'll need to see proof of this claim before I risk my position with the Shatter Shields. Trust is a currency in short supply in Windhelm.
I understand, my lady, and I shan't seek trust or approval without seeking my own family's land with my own eyes. Just know that you have made a great impression upon me, and I shall be seeking you out in the future, I assure you.
I shall hold you to that, Lord Blackthorn. It is rare to find a man who speaks with purpose, rather than just bile in this city. Go find your land in the rift, and when you return with proof, you'll know where to find me. Just don't keep me waiting too long. Opportunity doesn't knock twice in Windhelm.
Well then, I admit I am unfamiliar with your people's beliefs, but allow me to say, may the divines bless you, and upon or until we meet again, my lady, be safe in this city of hate.
The divines. I'll settle for the 3 good princes watching over me, or perhaps just a bit of common sense on the streets. Go safely yourself, Lord Blackthorn. Don't let the cold freeze that ambition of yours before it has a chance to burn.
Come on in. We've got warm food, warm drinks, and warm beds.
You want a drink? How can I argue with that?
Hello there, my lady. I and me, let me rephrase. My companions, and I seek a room for rent. Might you have one available?
Aye, we've rooms available. Candlehearth Hall sees plenty of travelers, especially with the war on. 10 gold septims for the night. You'll have a warm bed and a fire that never goes out. That'll be 10 gold up front.
You want a drink?
Thank you, my lady.
There you go. Key's yours. Room upstairs, first door on the left. Just don't go disturbing the other guests and keep your voice down. Mills has a stew bubbling if you're hungry, but stay clear of the dark elf corners if you know what's good for you.
Seems so.
Not that we favor her kind, but bards need their rest, I suppose. Enjoy your stay.
Thank you. Here, this is for you.
What is wrong with the dark elf corners, I wonder? Or at least, in your opinion, my lady.
My opinion. It's simple fact.
You want a drink?
This is a Nord city, built by Nord blood and sweat. The Dunmer bring their trouble, their smug attitudes, and their stinking ash. They sit in the corner, brooding, casting judgy eyes on honest folk trying to enjoy a mug. Don't get me started on the refugees clogging up the Grey Quarter. Just keep your distance, lest you catch their misery. Or worse, their theft. Now, eat your stew or find your bed.
Our hero claims a warrior's heart. I tell you, the Dragonborn comes with a voice-wielding power of the ancient Nord art. Believe, the Dragonborn comes. It's an end to the evil of all Skyrim's foes. Beware, the Dragonborn comes. For the darkness has passed, and the legend yet grows. You'll know, the Dragonborns come.
My lady, I assure you, I mean no hostility. However, there seems to be a great contradiction here. You speak of these grey elves and their hostilities and thievery, yet you allow a bard to perform here in your inn?
Contradiction. There's no contradiction, stranger. Gold is gold, and a song is a song. Even a blind skeever eventually finds a kernel of corn. That one, Luafin, knows to keep her head down and strum her lute.
This is for you.
She brings in coin from the soft-hearted fools who pity her kind. But don't think for a second I'd offer her a seat at my table or a mug of my best ale. She earns her keep by entertainment, not by existing. Now, unless you're planning to lecture me on how to run my inn, I suggest you drink up and let me get back to work.
I shan't dream of how to lecture a strong Nord woman of how to run her business. I was just merely asking out of curiosity, my lady.
Curiosity killed the cat, or so they say. And in Windhelm, curiosity often gets a knife in the ribs. You seem a well-traveled sort, perhaps too used to the ways of the soft Imperials down in Cyrodiil. Here, we look after our own first. That Dunmer knows her place, and she pays for the roof over her head. That's the only arrangement that keeps the peace. Now, I've customers to serve and fires to tend. Enjoy your room, stranger.
And may the divines bless you, my lady.
Bah, save your blessings for the 9 divine preachers. I'll take hard coin and a warm hearth over prayers any day. Go on now, get settled in before the evening rush sweeps you away.
Be on the lookout. The butcher could be around any corner. Captain Lonely Gale has been avoiding me. I just know it.
A butcher you speak of. Well, what might you be on about?
The butcher. Oh, don't play coy with me, stranger. Everyone in Windhelm knows what's happening in our streets. 3 murders now, brutal, savage things. Women ripped apart like skeever carcasses. And the guards? Useless. The captain himself, well, I've tried to get his attention, but he's so distant lately. Perhaps he just needs a strong woman to help him focus. But you're new here. You aren't planning on leaving the city tonight, are you?
You want a drink?
As a matter of fact, I am planning to seek an audience with Ulfric himself.
Ulfric! The Jarl sits high in the palace of the kings while his city bleeds. An audience. Well, aren't you the ambitious one? If you do get past the door, tell him his citizens are scared to walk the streets at night. Though I doubt he'll listen. He's too busy playing at war with the Empire to care about a few dead women. Just keep your wits about you, stranger. The butcher is still out there, and Ulfric's guards couldn't catch a cold, let alone a killer.
Well, thank you, my lady, for your insight, and may the divines bless you and keep you safe.
And you, stranger. Though if you see a certain captain on your way to the palace, do mention Viola Giordano sent you. It couldn't hurt to have my name on his lips.
certain captain. Do you know this captain's name?
Captain Lonely Gale, of course. A retired Nord, man of the sea, carries himself like he still owns the waves. He usually sits right over there, but he seems to have slipped away. He's a hero, really, but he's been so withdrawn lately. I've been trying to help him shoulder his burdens. A man like that shouldn't be alone, especially with the city in such a state.
You want a drink? Of course. Thank you.
All right, my lady. I shall, above all else, upon receiving the Jarl's audience, I shall tell him of your concerns and how his city bleeds with a butcher on the loose. That much I can assure you.
That is the least you can do. If someone of influence actually speaks up, perhaps Jorlife won't just dismiss my theories as hysterical ramblings again. Someone needs to take charge before another body turns up in the snow. I've seen things the guards haven't patterned notes. It's maddening how blind they are. Just don't let Ulfric sweep it under the rug. Good luck, stranger. You'll need it in this city.
Can't just throw the big logs on the fire. Gotta have the little bits, too.
Oh, did you need... I'm bored. Nobody wants to have any fun with me. Need something?
No one wants to have any fun with you, my lady. That's what you say? What sort of fun are you looking for?
Fun? In this frozen shithole? The only fun to be had here usually involves losing a septum to a Nord with too mead and not enough teeth, or freezing your arse off while watching a drunkard piss in the corner. But if you're offering something more stimulating, I'm listening.
We'll drive out the Empire from this land that we own. With our blood and our steel, we will take back our home.
You were the one that said that no one wants to have any fun with you. I was merely replying, my lady.
Did I? Ha. Must have been the mead talking. Or perhaps just the stench of this place finally rotting my brain. Don't flatter yourself, stranger. I'm just lamenting the lack of decent company in a city that worships a cold rock and a man who shouts too much.
But this land is ours, and we'll see it wiped clean of the scourge that has sullied our hopes and our dreams. All hail to Ulfric, you are the High King. In your great honor we drink and we sing. Our hero claims a warrior's heart. I tell you, the Dragonborn comes with a voice-wielding power of the ancient Nord art.
You know, I am quite unknowledgeable in, let's say, the dark arts available to us here in Tamriel, and might I say, your teeth seem rather sharp, and your eyes certainly glow more than most. Might I report you to a Vigilant of Stendar?
A Vigilant of Stendar? Is that a threat? Please. You'd be doing me a favor if you tried. I haven't had a good laugh since before the snow started falling. Besides...
No, my lady, it's not a threat, but a mere observation. So allow us to speak freely. You are a vampire, are you not?
Sharp teeth and glowing eyes. You certainly have an eye for the obvious features.
You want a drink?
As for reporting me to those religious zealots, well, I'd suggest you think carefully about where you throw your accusations, stranger.
Thank you.
Some secrets have
Here,
teeth,
this is for you.
and I've yet to meet a Vigilant who could bite back.
want a drink?
How can I argue with that? Thanks.
My lady, I assure you, I have no intentions of reporting you to those zealot-ass donks. Your not-so-secret is safe with me.
Safe with you? We'll see about that. You're either remarkably brave or remarkably stupid, stranger. But I suppose if you're cozy with the darker arts yourself, then we might just understand each other better than most.
He founded the
Just keep your voice down. The last thing I need is a mob of Nords with pitchforks because you couldn't keep your mouth shut.
Isabella's gone.
Darker arts. Is
She
that
was
what
such a
happens in
helpful young
conversation
lass.
these days? Between the murderers in the alleyways and whispers of necromancy in the inn, it's a wonder anyone survives the night.
Now,
I'd
more than
suggest
ever,
you both keep your voices
world
down
needs
unless you
tales
want
of
the captain to
heroism.
start asking
We're
questions
the
you
only
won't like
temple
the
in
answers to.
Skyrim that can openly worship Talos.
Yes. Oh, spare me the theatrics, citizen.
I'll see you later.
If the captain started asking questions he didn't like the answers to, he'd have to arrest half the patrons in
Those
Windhelm
awful
for thinking
Thalmor can't
impure
touch
thoughts
us,
after
thanks to
sundown.
Ulfric.
My dark arts mostly consist of knowing which cog turns which screw in a Dwemer ruin, hardly the stuff of nightmares, unless you're afraid of mechanical spiders. However,
This one's a
I will
favorite of mine.
concede that loud
A legend we
proclamations
all
of
know and
vampirism
love.
in a room full of drunk Nords is perhaps the
hero,
definition of
faithful
inefficient
warrior's
survival.
heart.
Seems so.
Mechanical spiders. I hardly care what scrap metal you fiddle with. My concern is blood and bone, the kind that spills onto the cobblestones because the guards are too busy drinking or berating the dark elves to notice a killer in their midst. You think this is a joke? Inefficient survival? Tell that to Susanna or the girl before her. Keep your cryptic nonsense to yourself and let me focus on keeping this city from rotting away entirely.
I'm not laughing, woman. I'm analyzing. Panic is inefficient. Fear is a waste of caloric energy. I'm simply pointing out that your hysterics won't stitch a wound or lower a knife. If the gods are incompetent, not exactly a stretch of the imagination given what I've seen of this frozen rock, then relying on them is a flaw in your logic. I study the dead as a mechanism of history or rust. You seem content
I'll
to
find
just
some way
scream
to
at
finish
them.
my book.
Different approaches, I suppose.
Thank you.
"8 hours. A significant amount of time to spend comatose while the world continues
You
to
want a
rot.
drink?
I hope
would
your
seem
dreams
so.
are filled with something more substantial than your usual delusions, because I've calculated the entropy gain in
Thank
this
you.
room, and
Here,
it's staggering.
this is for you.
You know, for a man claiming to build an empire, your approach to resource management, sleeping half the day away, is remarkably inefficient.
8 hours? By Isgrimir's beard, you'd sleep the whole war away if we let you. I've heard of resting your eyes, but you near comatose.
Better a sleeping dragonborn than a dead one, mercenary. Though I suppose for a sellsword, the distinction is
my
lost.
twin sister a while
If
back.
war is
Have you ever
inevitable,
lost anyone
conserving
close?
stamina is
Until next
tactical.
Thank you for your hospitality, my lady.
You slept half the day away. The sun's already past the yardarm. If you're looking for breakfast, you've missed it, but Nils can put together a stew if you've coin. Or you can pack up and clear out, seeing as how you've rested enough.
This one's a favorite of mine. A legend.
I ask only for a little charity.
I've spent my life serving Talos. I don't plan to stop now, no matter what the Empire says.
The divine
Talos
smile.
created the Empire. You'd think they'd show him more respect.
septims ain't nothing. You can spare that, can't you?
My lady asked Donk. Here we are. We're about to go into the Palace of Kings, and I shall look the rebel dog down himself. Might you have any words for me before we cross this threshold?
Just don't let the cold freeze your ambition off, my lord Astonk. You've got a kingdom to steal, so go in there and look the rebel bastard in the eye like you own the place. And if things get hairy, well, that's why I'm here. Just try not to get us thrown in another ass-donking prison before lunch, okay?
A few septims for my supper is all I ask. I ain't asking for much. Just a few septims.
I intend to use diplomacy and only diplomacy. Should things get hairy, as you say, that would be on him and his war table, as it were.
Diplomacy? Right. Because that worked out so ass-donking well with the guards in Markarth. Look, I get it. Charm the pants off them, hope they don't notice the blood on your boots. But Ulfric? That guy eats diplomacy for breakfast and shits out rebellion. Just keep your sword loose and your wit sharper, and Lord Astonk. I'd rather not have to explain to your father why we turned his son into a pincushion because you tried to sweet-talk a Stormcloak warlord.
The divine smile on those who show mercy and charity. A few septims ain't nothing. You can spare that.
Make no mistake, I'm not trying to charm or sweet-talk him. I'm trying to speak to him man to man. I shan't be supporting him whatsoever. That much should be plainly obvious.
Man to man, in the Palace of the Kings? That's a ballsy ass-donk move, I'll give you that. Walking into the bear's den and telling him you don't want to dance to his war drum. That is the kind of ass-donking stupidity I signed up for. Just remember when the shouting starts, and it will. Don't come crying to me when your ears start bleeding. I'm here to watch your back, not hold your hand while you get spoken to by a dude who can shout people off mountains.
A few septims for my supper is all I ask.
Sometimes you just need to look yourself out in the mirror and say, well, it's Tuesday.
Ass-donking Tuesday? Only the cold, the ass, and the donk. If you're staring into a mirror and seeing sanity, it's broken. Let's get this over with before I freeze my tits off.
Will you spare a few coins to help someone who's got nothing? Spare a coin for a poor old woman.
All right, you've got me. You and a few others have said this word Tuesday, and I really don't know how to use it or say it, so I'm trying. Forgive me. My lady Astonk.
Forgiven? You're trying to invent days of the week in a land that doesn't even have weekends? That is some peak ass-donkery right there. Look, if you want to say it's Tuesday, you save that for when your balls deep in ale and regretting your life choices. It's a fancy way of saying, well, this ass-donk situation sucks. Now, are we gonna go kiss a Stormcloak, or are we gonna stand here freezing? I need a drink after this talk.
A few septims ain't nothing. You can spare that, can't you?
Go ahead and have your drink, my lady. I hope that is alewood mead in your tinkard. A taste of home would certainly help, would it not?
Fuck yes, my lord Astonk. A taste of home is exactly what this frozen shithole needs. It'll help wash down the taste of impending doom. Just save me a sip, or better yet, let's find a bed later and really sweeten the deal. Now go face your destiny before I decide to drag you back to the ale barrel instead.
And kabooms, my dudes. Yeah, that's where I'm leaving you for right now. I do need to take my biggest break of the night and stuff. So bear with me. This shouldn't be any more than 15 minutes. And that's giving like me extra time. I would say 10 minutes tops, 15 just to buy me a couple extra minutes because I do have to do a couple of other things. Stuff, things, words. My dudes, I promise I'll be back as fast as I can. And yeah, we'll see what the fucking king dog himself has to say about all this shit, right? We'll see. Stick with us. Stick with me. What Avery, however words work. I don't know anymore. I'm speaking like Dorian too much these days. Or whatever. I don't know. Take care. Don't take care. We're not going anywhere. But you know, just stick with me and we'll be back soon. That much I promise. Okay, bye for now.
straight answer.
He's a true Nord. He'll come around.
Don't be so sure of that. We've intercepted couriers from Solitude. The Empire's putting a great deal of pressure on Whiterun.
And what would you have me do?
If he's not with us, he's against us.
He knows that. They all know that.
How long are you going to wait?
You think I need to send Borgroff a stronger message?
If by message you mean shoving a sword through his gullet.
Taking his city and leaving him in disgrace would make a more powerful statement, don't you think?
So we're ready to start this war in earnest then.
On the other hand, talking to people can be very confusing. I wish people just said what they meant instead of being so
was
roundabout with their words.
Whoever we replace them with will need the support of our armies.
We're ready when you are.
Things hinge on Whiterun. If we can take the city without bloodshed, all the better. But if not...
The people are behind you.
Many, I fear, still need convincing.
Then let them die with their false kings.
We've been soldiers a long time. We know the price of freedom. But people are still weighing things in their hearts.
What's left of Skyrim to wager?
They have families to think of.
How many of their sons and daughters follow your banner? We are their families.
Well put, friend. Tell me, Gugnar, why do you fight for me?
I'd follow you into the depths of oblivion. You know that.
Yes, but why do you fight? If not for me, what then?
I'll die before elves dictate the fates of men. Are we not one in this?
I fight for the men I've held in my arms, dying on foreign soil. I fight for their wives and children whose names I heard whispered in their last breath. I fight for we few who did come home, only to find our country full of strangers wearing familiar faces. I fight for my people, impoverished to pay the debts of an empire too weak to rule them, yet brands them criminals for wanting to rule themselves. I fight so that all the fighting I've already done hasn't been for nothing. I fight because I must.
Your words give voice to what we all feel, Ulfric. And that's why you will be High
I've spent
King.
my life serving Talos. I don't plan to stop now, no matter what the Empire
soldiers
says.
like us are no longer needed.
I would gladly retire from the world, were such a day to dawn.
Aye, but in the meantime, we have a war to plan.
And so I meet the king dog himself once again. You remember this face, do you not? We stared down the dragon in Helgen, and I cursed you then, as I do now. But at least give me the credit for coming here once again, traveling and braving the lands of Skyrim to seek an audience with you, the would-be king.
I remember many faces from Helgen, little man, most of them screaming as they ran for their lives or burned in the dragon's fire. I don't recall yours among the heroes or the dead, just another soul caught in the Thalmor's snare. You speak of curse and credit, yet you stand in my hall breathing free air. If you curse me then, you did so with the breath of a free man, something the Empire would have gladly stolen from you. So, speak your peace, but waste not my time with petty insults. I am King of Eastmarch, not a dog to be baited by wandering specters.
Narrative correction. The Spectre classification seems inaccurate. Subject displays, well, let's just call it delusions of grandeur combined with a remarkably sturdy constitution for someone who claims to have survived a dragon attack by cursing loudly. Continue, Jarl Stormcloak. I am keen to see how the King of Eastmarch handles a heckler with entitlement issues.
My companion knows not her rank, nor does she speak for me. She wasn't there with us. You and I, as the dragon, breathed hellfire down upon us. Initially, one of your dogs, a storm-cloaked dog, led me to a tower that you would seek refuge. It was there where I cursed you and your absurd task of seeking freedom.
You were just another boy running for his life in Helgen. Don't mistake terror for courage. If you found your way to that tower, it was luck, not design. And if you cursed me for seeking freedom, then you are either an imperial bootlicker or a fool. I chose death over execution. I chose to stand and roar, not cower in the dirt. If you think my cause absurd, then you are blind to the chains around your neck. Why come here to insult the man who survived the very flames that nearly cooked you? Speak your purpose, or I'll have you thrown into the street to bark with the rest of the strays.
I come to speak sense into you, my lord. Allow me to give you a proper introduction, though I know it means not much, if anything, to you. You see, I am Lord Dorian Blackthorn of the great city of Ravenport in High Rock. As I'm sure you know, my ancestors built that city with their bare hands after the warp in the west. This is my one and only decree. Quit seeking this freedom. Quit this rebellion and bring the Nords of Skyrim.
Even
Bring the Nords of Skyrim to unity. For the dragons are real. You've seen them firsthand. Apparently, I'm Dragonborn, though I thoroughly disagree with this assessment and this absurd sense of destiny. But that's not why I seek this decree. You must stop this rebellion, if not for your sake, then for the blood of the Nords that you lead. For it shall be my last dying breath to see a united Skyrim under the Legion.
Lord Blackthorn, a Breton lordling lecturing a Nord on how to sheath his sword. Ravenport, High Rock. Sounds like a place of silver spoons and soft hands. You speak of unity as if it were a trinket to be bartered for. The Empire is dead, man. It rots from the inside, fetid and weak. They ban our worship, let the elves dictate our faith, and you ask me to bend the knee to that filth. I saw the dragon, yes. I see Alduin's shadow on the horizon. But before we can fight the doom of the world, we must be free to fight it as men, not chained dogs waiting for the Emperor's whip. You call yourself Dragonborn, yet deny your own blood. You are a walking contradiction. I will not abandon my people to the Thalmor's mercy just because a stranger in robes demands it. If unity under the Legion is your dying wish, then prepare to die disappointed, for I will sooner see this hall burn than serve those cowardly Imperial bastards.
If I swapped that wire, larger soul gem?
Then death shall become you, good sir, my lord. Death shall become upon you, perhaps not by my hand, and I am certainly seeking no threat, nor am I here on the Imperial Legions as far as espionage. I came here to speak man to man, from one man that has seen a dragon to another. I came to speak sense unto you, and if you can't see that sense, then you shall be forced to bend that knee eventually. By my hand or otherwise, you shan't. This rebellion shan't. This rebellion shan't consist any longer when dragons fly overhead. You claim to seek this rebellion due to the abandonment of worship, the illegalization of worship by the Thalmor.
We could carry music everywhere
The
with
Thalmor
us.
are but a nuisance. And if you were a smarter man, you should unite under the Legion and seek their what's the word that I am seeking. Seek their confidence rather than rebel against them. These high elves will not last. That I can assure you as well. They are but a nuisance. Your rebellion is now the true threat to Skyrim and to Tamriel itself. Alas, my lord, this is my final decree, and I shall exit your palace, and I hope to do so peacefully. Please, I beg of you, stop this rebellion. If not for your sake, then for those of the Nord kinship that you claim. I do not want to spill their blood, nor does the Legion, I assure you. Even though, again, I promise I am not here as a representative of the Legion at all. I am here speaking you man to man.
You call the Thalmor a nuisance. That is easy for a lord of High Rock to say, sipping wine behind your walls while the white gold concordat gnaws at our souls. You speak of unity, yet you cannot see that true unity cannot be forged chains. If you are Dragonborn, act like it. Use that power to destroy our enemies, not to lecture me on politics. You say you do not wish to spill Nord blood, yet you defend an empire that signed away our right to pray to our gods. Do not think you can swan in here, wave your hand, and expect me to abandon everything I have bled for because you sense dragons on the wind. The Legion is broken. I am the shield that stands between Skyrim and oblivion. If you try to stop me, you will find that the Nords do not break easily. Galmar! See this lord out. And if he resists, throw him into the river to cool his heels.
There's no need for Galmar, my lord. I shall retreat peacefully. May the Nine guide you, and may you actually seek their true wisdom.
The Nine have no power here while the elves hold the whip hand. Go back to High Rock. Lord, live soft. Die soft. Skyrim belongs to the Nords, and we will carve our future
wasn't
with
my
steel.
first choice of Dwemer to see in Skyrim. I first tried exploring another one, closer to the Hammerfell border.
Another quiet day.
The divine smile on those who show mercy and charity.
Glory only awaits those who triumph.
Fancy
That man
yourself
is
an
a fool.
alchemist, huh?
That much
Never
is
could
certain.
get the hang of
Perhaps
that.
I shan't be the one to bring an end to him, but there will be an end to him.
A fool? Aye, but a dangerous one. You walked into his den, called his life's work a nuisance, and then just walked out with your head still attached to your shoulders. That's either ballsy as hell or just pure unadulterated ass-donkery, the Lord Ass-donk. Now we've got a Stormcloak warlord who knows our faces and probably wants to nail our hides to his door. Don't see my left tit. Let's get the fuck out of Windhelm before we overstay our welcome.
A dangerous fool with an army, Herika. The worst kind of equation. Variables not balancing, chaos expanding. I observed the architecture of his argument, emotion as a foundation, nationalism as the load-bearing wall. It's structurally unsound. It will collapse eventually, whether under its own weight or from an external kinetic force. I suggest we expedite the latter before the former crushes us.
What's on your mind?
Now, let us quit this frozen wasteland before my own gears start seizing up.
What did you think of my audience with Lord Alfric?
My Thane, if your goal was to gouge the man's temper, you certainly succeeded. Lord Ulfric is not a Jarl accustomed to being lectured on the geography of High Rock or the virtues of the Empire. You walked into his hall, called him a rebel to his face, and demanded he lay down his arms, all while he commands an army that could bury us. That is not speaking sense, my Thane. It is spitting into a blizzard and hoping the wind doesn't notice. Judging by the silence in there, I'd say the snow is about to start flying sideways.
And you, Lady Recorder, did this go to your narration's plans?
Objective assessment. The diplomatic index plummeted rapidly. It seems Lord Alfric, a creative misnomer for Ulfric, has a very specific threshold for being told he's a nuisance by a man he's never met. You did not achieve unity via conversation, Dragonborn. But you did successfully establish a baseline for hostility. The narrative arc has shifted from peaceful resolution to impending civil war violence. I'd say we're right on schedule for a tragedy, assuming my calculations aren't as frozen as my toes.
I need to trade some things with you.
I made my fortune as a sea captain, but now I'm retired.
What can I do for you?
And you let's be coy. We both know who you actually represent. I am fairly certain that they spoke to me earlier outside of Solitude. Now, what does your actual master think about what transpired there in the Palace of Kings?
Well, whoopsie daisy. That's a fucking weird ass CTD. Crash to desktop, for those not in the know. If I've ever seen one. Whatever. We'll try that again, I guess. So let me get the game up and running. And yeah, bruh. We'll be back in just a second. Bro, that's the very first time that's ever happened to me. Legit. I've been testing, Chim and everything for months now with my current, load order and blah blah blah, mods, stuff, things, collections, Vortex. That's the very first time that's ever happened where like I got a CTD when, someone was responding to me. Oh wells. Yeah. Give me a second and we'll be back. Right. Stuff, things, words. Anyways, my dudes, hey, again, let me know what you're thinking, right? I mean, there's an easy poll to click on. Are you liking the story so far? Yes, no? Needs more tits? I mean, obviously I'd agree with the last one. But, hey, you know what? Fuck it. Let's get Kana involved real quick. Just because it is the day where I'm supposed to be doing a drunk stream. Let's get Kana involved real quick. I mean, the game is ready to continue and stuff, but fork it. Kana, you son of a bitch. There you are. how do I do that? Wait, shut up, Kana. There, do that. Okay, cool. Yeah, Kana. There we go. Kana, you son of a bitch. It's been a minute since we've been live and stuff. But hey, we're doing a Dorian, playthrough right now, live and everything. I'm talking to you. I need you to answer the poll, like for old time's sake, because we haven't built Whiterun just yet and stuff. So, here the poll is: are you liking Dorian's story so far? Yes, no, or needs more tits?
You already know where my vote's going. Yes. And if I were dropping the comment underneath, open quote, I came from modded Skyrim. I stayed because some idiot Brayden got himself exiled for asking questions he absolutely should not have been asking. Now Hermias Mora is lurking in the background like the world's creepiest librarian, and somehow I'm invested. This is less let's play and more fantasy audiobook where occasionally somebody gets punted by a draugr. 10 out of 10, close quote. Now quit talking to me and go see what terrible life decision Dorian makes next. We both know the answer is going to be, open the suspicious book.
Really? You got no comment about the tits, though?
I walked right into that one. The poll wasn't really yes, no, needs more tips. It was yes, no, needs more tits. My vote is still yes. But if the bartender at Whiterun were allowed a write-in ballot, open quote, yes. But statistically, Skyrim contains a worrying shortage of tavern wenches capable of distracting Dorian from communing with eldritch horrors. This is almost certainly related. Close quote. Besides, if Hermias Mora catches wind of the poll, he'd probably sigh through 17 mouths and say, open quote, the pursuit of knowledge has once again been overshadowed by the pursuit of boobies. Close quote. Even the Daedric Prince of Forbidden Knowledge isn't winning that battle against Twitch chat.
Well, for fuck's sake, you should know it's not Twitch chat, but whatever. Okay, bye, Kana. Any final words?
Fair, YouTube chat. My bad. I'd have my bartender license revoked for confusing the taverns. As for...
Yep. Apparently she heard something and whatever. So this is what she said. No, yeah. Can't hear what she said, actually. Whoopsie. Shut up. Shut up, Kana. Alright. Whatever, it's fine. We'll get back to it. Just 1 second now.
What can I do for you?
And you, Bard, let's not pretend that I don't know your true master. Okay, let's not stand on ceremony. What do you think or suppose that your true master actually thought of that exchange there in the Palace of Kings?
The Prince of Secrets watches and waits in the Palace of Kings amongst the fates. But Ulfric is blind to the tangled threads, while a wolf in his ears whispers words of the dead. Your voice was a coin in a pocket of air, but the true value lies in the weight you bear.
know, I quite enjoy talking to people. It's always so fascinating.
And what weight
to see
might I be
information
bearing?
I can learn from them.
A crown of gold is heavy on the head, but ghosts of Markarth walk among the dead. The dark you've gathered sticks like tar, a mirror made of blood and war. The Prince of Paths enjoys the climb, but fears a fall before your time.
I tend to prefer more academic texts, but I also love a good adventure story. I
Oh,
suppose
by
I
the
just can't get enough of adventuring, huh?
By the 8. There's a new voice in my head now speaking. Metamedancy. They say that they like the background animation. Wish that we can see something like this in ES6. By the 8, what does this even mean?
Background animation? S6. Dragonborn, your Vici is becoming a very crowded place for cross-dimensional copyright infringement. If Mechmedancy is watching us like entertainment, I suggest we give them a season finale worth subscribing to. Or better yet, stop feeding the anomaly with your confusion. I can't record this if the script keeps changing by the minute. Windhelm continues its atmospheric campaign of gloom. Crows are pecking at frozen sewage in the gutters, and the guards look like they'd arrest a snowflake for loitering if it could hold a sword.
Peaceful diplomacy with a man whose primary vocabulary consists of shout and axe was always a statistical impossibility. You argued theology with a siege engine, Dorian. I'm impressed your head is still on your shoulders, but the structural integrity of this man-to-man bridge you tried to build is non-existent. The bard speaks in riddles because the truth is too messy to rhyme. We've marked ourselves as enemies of the Stormcloaks without firing a single shot. Efficiency in action, perhaps, but catastrophic for our life expectancy.
The scholar finds the numbers grim. But counting odds is lifeless, Prim. A siege engine may break the wall, but a single seed can make it fall. The bard speaks in riddles true, to hide the sharpness from your view.
Lifeless? Hardly. Recognizing the load-bearing limits of a structure prevents it from collapsing on top of you. I prefer my doom calculated, not delivered via vague rhyming couplets. If I wanted poetry, I'd read a book. If I wanted survival, I'd calculate the odds. You can keep your metaphors. Give me a lever and a fulcrum any day.
The lever moves the world in space. It counts for not in the human race. The heart has gears of unknown kind that logic cannot hope to find. Your fulcrum may lift a stone, but it cannot lift a soul alone.
By all the fucking divines that have ever existed. You spoke to me in Black WI Inn in Ravenport. You spoke to me just outside of Solitude. Now you choose to abandon me. You fucking ass stonk.
Abandonment is a concept born of fear, Dorian. I have not withdrawn my gaze from your path, merely shifted the angle of my observation to better capture the silhouette of your folly. Your outburst, however, it betrays a fragility in your conviction that I find most intriguing. You stand amidst the snows of Windhelm, shouting into the void for a presence you claim to resent, yet rely upon so utterly. Your anger is a map, Dorian, and every jagged line of it points toward a truth you are not yet ready to read. Seek your answers in the silence between your curses. I am still listening.
My lady asked, don't please ground me once again. I heard the voice for the first time since Solitude. I am fairly sure I know what this voice is, but please just remind me what my purpose is here.
Ground you? You want me to ground you after you told the King of the Nords he was a nuisance? Lord Astonk, your purpose is the same as it was when we left High Rock. Don't get killed, and hopefully don't get me killed. As for the voice, if it's Hermaeus Mora, ignore the tentacled Astonk. If it's just your brain leaking out your ear, drink some mead and shut up. Either way, we're standing in the ass-stonking frozen north, marked by stormcloaks, and you're babbling about voices. Get a grip.
Statistically speaking, Herika, getting a grip is the least likely outcome when the subject is experiencing auditory intrusions from external dimensions. The Dragonborn isn't leaking brain fluid. His cognitive borders are dissolving. I, for one, am documenting the transition from ambitious noble to transdimensional beacon. It's rare data, even if it does make me want to bang my head against a brick wall.
Transdimensional beacon? Is that what we're calling his brain melting now? I'm gonna document my boot connecting with your ass if you don't stop analyzing him like a laboratory rat. He's not a rare specimen, he's just an ass-donk who made a deal with a god he shouldn't have. Keep your notes, recorder, but if he starts glowing or speaking in Daedric tongues, I'm shooting first and asking questions later.
Noted. However, booting him first would void my warranty on the narrative. I'm obliged to keep the vessel intact until the final chapter, even if the pilot is currently navigating via hallucination. Just keep your bow drawn. If he starts glowing, aim for the tentacles, not the head. I need the brain for my final report.
I never made a deal with anyone. I merely sought guidance for my family's secrets, ran too deep. And then my family cursed me with utter non-conviction to be exiled here to this fucking snow-frosted hellhole that is Skyrim and its civil wars and its bullshit.
Non-conviction? The Lord Astonk, you're the most convicted man I've ever met, convicted of stupidity, maybe. You say you didn't make a deal, but you're wading through ass-donking Daedric bullshit like it's a puddle. Your family exiled you? Fine. But you're the one who decided to play Kingmaker with a regicide and a rebellion. Stop acting like the snow picked you up and dumped you here.
I've never tried to play regicide. What happened in Markarth was on the Jarl and the Jarl and the Jarl and his followers. I was justified in my actions in Markarth. Imprisoned for calling a guard Riffraff? By the 8, Harika, you, my lady Astonk, you were there. You agreed with me at the time. Now you're here standing before me, passing judgment.
Justified? You call a street massacre justified because you got your feelings hurt by a guard? My lady Astonk remembers watching you slit a Jarl's throat and watches blood drain onto the floor. That wasn't self-defense, Lord Astonk. That was a fucking tantrum with a sword point. I agreed that the law was Astonk, sure, but I didn't sign up for a regicide campaign. You wanted justice, you got a graveyard, and now we're all walking targets because you couldn't just pay the damn fine.
I paid with working the mines after we had killed the guards, my lady. Astonk, you were there. You were there with me. You were the first one. You were the only one there with me in the cell. There was no reason for my imprisonment in Cindha Mine. And the Jarl, instead of giving me one guard's head, he decided to bargain his entire guardship against the lot of us. And that Jarl bet wrong.
The only thing I saw was a pile of corpses and a Jarl who underestimated how much of an ass-donking psychopath you really are. Sure, I was in the cell with you and Lord Astonk. I also helped you break out, which means I'm neck deep in this shit too. But don't pretend you're some martyr. You started that fire, and now we're all getting burned by it. And for the record, I only agreed because I didn't want to see my paycheck rot in a dank hole, not because I endorse regicide as a casual Tuesday afternoon hobby.
Semantic.
Nor do I seek regicide, my lady Astonk. We all had a part to play after my imprisonment. And now all I seek is refuge. And forgive me if I don't want to add my own family's imprisonment in the manor west of Riften to contain me now that I have freedom from Cindha Mine.
Refuge? You call tramping through the ass-donking snow with a target on your back refuge? You're a wanted man in Markarth, a nuisance to the Stormcloaks here, and you think your family's manor is a prison? Lord Astonk, the whole world is a cell now, and you just keep trading iron bars for invisible ones. At least Blackthorn Manor has walls that don't hate you and a roof that doesn't promise snow. Stop whining about freedom and start walking before we freeze.
Heretically accurate assessment. The only one there in Cindha Mine carries significant weight in the trauma bonding index. However, dismissing the strategic asset of a manor housing allegedly more secrets than the Apocrypha is poor resource management. We may need that invisible prison sooner than you think if the Stormcloak guards realize just how much of a nuisance we actually are.
The webs of fate you weave grow ever more tangled, Dorian. You speak of refuge while trailing the blood of kings and the ire of joys. The nuisance you dismissed so casually is a tide that rises to drown empires, yet you stand upon the shore, commanding it to recede. Your companions bicker over the nature of your cage, be it of iron or influence, but they fail to see the truth that lies beneath the Blackthorn name. That manor in the rift is not a sanctuary. It is a library awaiting questions. You turned down the path of forbidden knowledge long before you heard my voice. Do not mistake their silence for division. They follow the storm, even as they curse the rain.
Then tell me. Then tell me. Oh, Lord of whatever the fuck. I didn't sign up for you. I didn't sign up for any of this. Am I truly the Dragonborn of legend? Am I supposed to go seek the wisdom of these gray-bearded ass-donks?
The old men wait on Hrothgar's peak, with ancient words that old men speak. A hero's song is not a choice, but given glory, given voice. You signed for gold, you signed for fame, but the dragon's blood burns just the same.
Then we both know that he speaks through you. Is that a confirmation? I should seek these old-ass donking graybeards.
The Whispering One sees all that unties, but speaks not in words, but in web and lies. The graybeards wait on the mountain high, beneath the storms of a weeping sky. The path is yours to walk or climb. I merely echo the march of time.
To the hells with it. You, my lady Arston, you know these lands. What is the hold or the town that begins the steps to the throat of the world?
By the Aston King 8. Ivarstead, my lord Aston. A dragon? Now. You ask the sky for graybeards and it sends a giant Aston King lizard to eat us instead. That's where the 7,000 steps go. It's a hard day's march from here straight through the Aston King snow. Bring your bow and my lord Aston, or I'm using your corpse for bait. This is a complete load of Astonkery. We need to move now, unless you want to become dragon fodder before we even see the mountains.
Are you dragon?
For my years, I've never seen such a thing. Thank you.
I've heard the bards sing about this sort of thing, but seeing it, it chills the blood more than this damn snow ever could. You didn't just kill a beast, Dorian. You ate its spirit right out of the air. That's a power that makes even the companions look like children playing with wooden swords. I'd ask how it feels, but I reckon the answer would haunt my dreams for a week. Just don't let that power go to your head, or you'll be worse than the dragons themselves.
For fuck's sake. Well, there you are, Harrycat.
Right here, Dragonborn. I was documenting the sudden environmental shift from tense.
I wasn't talking to you, Lady Recorder.
Right, because you just sucking down a dragon soul like it's a bottle of ass-donking meat is totally normal conversation for us to overhear. That was the most ass-donk display of magic I've ever seen, my lord ass-donk. You really are the Dragonborn, aren't you? Now let's get to Ivarstead before another one decides to snack on us.
I need to trade some things with you. All of us, we were the sole ones that took down that dragon together. Let this be a moment where we celebrate with each other, shall we? Good sir. Take us to good sir. Take us to Whiterun.
Whiterun, you say? Long haul from here, especially with this damn sky spitting snow at us. I can get you there before your boots rot off. It'll cost you 20 gold. No free rides, not even for the Dragonborn. Hand it over.
If we celebrate every near-death experience with a group hug, we'll never get anywhere. Celebration is a reward.
Good sir, I'd like to hire a carriage to Whiterun. Let us go then, shall we?
1 gold? You trying to mock me, stranger?
I am not trying to mock you, but that is what you requested of me. I shall gladly pay whatever price you demand, be it 100 gold even. Just please take my companions and I to Whiterun.
20 gold. To Whiterun. I don't do haggling, and I sure as hell don't take charity. Put the coin in my hand, get your arse on the bench.
Divine, fuck it. I shall just teleport us there instead.
Teleportation detected. Huh. Bypassing the carriage protocol entirely. That is certainly efficient. I have already recalibrated my log for the spatial displacement. Just try not to materialize us inside a wall, Dragonborn. I would hate to have to record my own flattening.
Spare a coin for a poor old beggar?
That's it! That's the part I've been overlooking, of course! It's so
fuck's
simple
sake.
if I think of it that way.
Now I need to teleport Harika to us once again. What the hell is with her?
Harika has a habit of finding the exact opposite of where you want her to be, my Thane. I hardly think teleportation will fix her sense of direction, but I suppose it saves us from freezing our asses off while we look for her. Just try not to scatter our atoms across the hold this time. I rather like being in one piece.
Where's your kitchen? Just asking. No reason.
I need to trade some things with you. I'd like to see your additional follower inventory. I need to trade some things with you.
Do you think black soul gems would be more effective in Dwemer machines?
How goes your smithy, my lady? I know you still await my procurement of the items to supply my lady Lydia, but I just inquire about how your business is operating out of curiosity.
Busy as ever, Thane. The threat of dragons put a fire in everyone's bellies, pardon the pun. I've got guards needing shield repairs and adventurers looking to upgrade their blades before heading out into the wilds. Your investment has certainly helped keep the stock flowing, so thank you for that. As for the ore, well, I know the roads are treacherous, and a mine in Eastmarch is no small journey. I appreciate the thought, but don't go getting yourself killed over a bit of ore.
And what of our discussions about, your husband's preferences and your needs?
Keep your voice down, will you? Ulfberth is just inside, and the walls here are thin. Look, I haven't forgotten our conversation, far from it. My needs didn't just vanish because you went on a long walk. But we have to be smart about this. War Maiden's reputation is built on iron and steel, not gossip. If you're still serious about helping me with that, we need to find the right time and place where prying eyes won't be an issue. I'm a woman of business, Dorian, and that means patience and discretion.
Right you are, and I apologize, my lady. I shan't bring any sort of misrepresentation to your businesses, that I assure you.
Apology accepted. Just mind yourself around the customers. Now, did you need new gear for yourself? Or are you just here to admire the view?
Step aside, citizen. The Legion requires maintenance, and I don't have time to waste on idle gossip or personal indiscretions. Bring out your best steel, ma'am, and let's see if it's worth the coin.
Right away, soldier. I don't need to tell you my steel holds up better than most, especially against those Stormcloak rabble. I've a fresh set of Imperial armor that just finished tempering, sturdy enough to turn a blade, but light enough to march in. Let's get you fitted before you have to march back to the tip of the spear.
We're lucky to have you watching over us.
Hi?
And I, good sir, as a former Octio in the Legion myself, allow me to endorse the lady's steel and gear. Hers is quite, what's the word that I'm seeking? Is it firm? No. Her steel is quite dependable when others may well not be so. That I can assure you.
An Octio? You don't have the bearing of a ranking officer, civilian. Words are cheap, and so is talk of loyalty. If you served, you'd know better than to chatter like a market hag while a soldier is trying to secure equipment. Stand back and let the smith do her job before I find reason to detain you for obstructing Legion business.
Observe the irony, Dorian. This soldier dismisses you, unaware that the fate of the Empire is already being rewritten by the very man he insults. His rigid adherence to protocol blinds him to the currents of fate swirling around him. He speaks of obstruction, yet he is merely a stepping stone for those who shape history, unable to recognize the architect standing before him.
that. That was a wake-up call. By the 8, my lady. The voice in my head spoke to me once again.
Oh, fantastic. The ass-donking voices are back. What's the verdict this time, Lord Ass-donk? Are we supposed to invade High Hrothgar, or is it just telling you what a load of ass-donkery this whole conversation with the soldier was?
Voices usually indicate either Daedric influence or severe head trauma. Given your recent history of teleportation headaches and erratic leadership, I'm leaning toward the latter. If you're hearing commands again, filter them through logic before you act. We've already got a soldier eyeing us like we're bandits, and I'd prefer not to add insubordination to the Legion to our list of crimes today.
You tried mercenary work? It might suit you.
I hope you're finding the city in proper order, Thane.
I shan't be adding insubordination to the Legion again, ever. That was my well-enforced dismissal to the Legion back in High Rock. However, this voice in my head, it can't be ignored. And this time, it actually spoke some truth. So it's an Nouveau, and what it spoke was guiding me to essentially leave alone that soldier. And I shall listen to the voice. I'm leaving him alone, as you see.
Or the voice simply recognized a tactical disadvantage. That soldier is armored, armed, and part of a larger organization that holds a grudge. Avoiding conflict isn't divine guidance, it's common sense, something I'm glad to see you possess, regardless of the source.
What do you need, handsome?
Just keep listening to that instinct if tells you to avoid leaving me behind in the snow again.
I don't need a voice in my head. All I need is a soldier's discipline and my gut telling me that I should speak to the Jarl. The Jarl of Whiterun, I can't pronounce his name. My High Rock tongue is strange, and I need to speak to the Jarl of Whiterun to inform him that Ulfric's dogs are seeking him out personally. We saw it, or we heard that conversation there in the Palace of Kings. I need to inform the Jarl immediately. Do I not?
You mean Balgruuf, the ass-donking Jarl whose house we're practically standing in front of? Yes, my lord Ass-donk, go tell him. Though you might want to leave out the bit about the voices in your head dictating your strategy, or he'll have you thrown in the dungeon for sounding like a lunatic rather than treated like a messenger. Just keep it to Ulfric is coming, and try not to let your ass-donkery make it sound like we invited you for tea.
If you're playing messenger, keep it brief. Balgruuf is a pragmatist. He doesn't need a stream of consciousness about voices or High Rock tongues. Just tell him Stormcloak agents were sighted in—
Ought to be a requirement for alchemists to burn their tongues off or something. I mean, no one with sanity can seriously snort vampire dust.
It's inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing the heavens. With man? Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today,
And that housecarl of his, or that war advisor of Ulfric's, what was his name? Something Stonefist, I think, if my memory serves. Ulfric called out to him before we left. Gelner? Something like that?
Galmar Stonefist. That's his name, my lord Astonk. If you're gonna warn Balgruuf, you better get the name of his right-hand man right. Ulfric's attack dog isn't someone you want to misenify. That's just asking for a load of Astonk for you to rain down on us.
Need something?
Soldiers win wars, but where to put them is the key.
Hello there, my lord. I come to you as both Thane of Whiterun, the title that you have graciously bestowed upon me, and as well my former titles of Lord Dorian Blackthorn of the great city of Ravenport in High Rock. Either way, my lord, I need to deliver some information to you. You see, I was just inside, not but 2 or 3 nights ago, inside the palace of the king, speaking to Lord Ulfric himself. However, before my audience, I overheard some speakings with.
Thank God Belethor doesn't have a sister. If she's his relative, I'm not sure anyone would want to buy her.
Ulfric and his great war advisor himself, I believe his name is Galnar, the Galnar Stonefist. Either way, this war advisor spoke of you directly, saying that your weakness to the Empire is something that they should attack directly. Lord Ulfric himself spoke highly of you, so perhaps there isn't a direct threat coming to you, but if his greatest war advisor is speaking such things, I needed to deliver this message to you immediately.
Galnar Stonefist. Thus, yes, Galnar has a mouth like a cave in heavy, loud, and usually full of rocks. Ulfric might speak well of me in public, but behind closed doors count on Stonefist to be digging the grave. He knows I'm the linchpin Thane. If Whiterun falls, Skyrim falls. He wants to break my back to make the Empire bleed. You've done your duty bringing me this, but be warned. Whispering in the Jarl's ear about what you heard in the usurper's court is a dangerous game. You're lucky I trust your unique perspective.
A linchpin relies on tension to hold the structure together, my lord. If Stonefist is truly digging that grave, it's only a matter of time before the friction snaps it. Intelligence is valuable, but fortifications don't care about who speaks well of whom in private. Whiterun is a geothermal and strategic choke point, not a debating society.
Fortifications don't care, but the men manning them do. Words like Stonefists can rot discipline from the inside out faster than any siege engine breaks a wall. If Ulfric's dog is barking about the Jarl's weakness, then Whiterun has a target painted on its back, regardless of who holds the gates.
Precisely, Irileth. You've the stomach for the ugly truth that academics often romanticize. Remiel speaks of physics and friction, but this war isn't fought with levers and pulleys. It's fought with fear, betrayal, and the whispers of snakes like Galmar. Whiterun sits on the throat of Skyrim. If the Empire chokes, we choke. If the Stormcloaks burn, we burn. My men know this. My walls know this. But the rabble,
the dragon?
the merchants and the
My
farmers,
manual said that there was a dragon
they
captured.
hear that their Jarl is weak for not
that was in
already
the
bending
first
the knee
era.
to Ulfric's liberty. And suddenly the gates don't look so secure against a mob from within. That is the danger Dorian has walked into my hall and warned us of. And for that, I am grateful. Even if the news tastes like ash in my mouth.
I toss a stone in a Nord pond, and the ripples turn to waves before long. But fear works both ways, my Jarl. Let Gulnar Stonefist dig his grave. We'll fill it with the bodies of anyone fool enough to try and kick the door down. If Ulfric thinks he can crush Whiterun with whispers, he's forgotten the sort of steel standing at your back. We don't need the Empire's permission to defend our own, and we certainly don't need a rebellion's permission to survive. Dorian did the right thing bringing this here. Now we know where the wind is blowing, and we can adjust our sails before the storm hits.
It matters not to your city directly, but allow me to tell the tale that I have committed but mere a week or so ago. You see, it was about 500 meters outside of the city of Solitude. There was a Stormcloak dog encampment, and me and my companions here slaughtered the lot of them. Alas, their leader was able to escape, but we slaughtered the lot of them, wounded included, because any sort of rebel dog that swears an oath to. That swears an oath to the likes of a traitor such as Ulfric shall die by my hand if I ever come across them. That I swear upon you, my lord, as Thane of Whiterun, and to my former duty as an Octio of the Legion.
Octio, is it? Now there's a title I haven't heard since the days of the Wars of the Bethany. You slice apart a camp of rebels near Hafingar and call it a day's work, then pledge your sword to me. A bloody week ago I was worried about dragons, and now I have a Thane who's also a rampaging Imperial officer. Be careful how loudly you boast of slaughter in my court, Dorian. You uphold the law, you don't become the butcher. But by the 9, I can't say the thought of Galmar losing a few dozen sleepers doesn't bring a grim smile to my face. Just keep that blood on the battlefield, not my carpets.
Boasting is easy when the blood is still wet, Thane. But serving the law requires a colder head than you're showing now. You swore an oath to the Legion, and now you swear one to the Jarl. Just remember that loyalties stacked too high have a habit of toppling over when the weight gets too great.
let me say this to you, my Jarl, and to your housecarl as well. I haven't sworn an oath to the Legion, not in many, many years. I was, admittedly, dismissed in shame from my posts as Octo in High Rock, Wares specifically. Now, that doesn't mean that I now swear an oath to these rebel dogs. Far from it. I wish a swift death upon these rebel dogs. So as I swear no loyalty, or not loyalty, but no oath to the Legion itself anymore. I swear upon everything that is within me, I will do my part in putting an end to these rebel dogs.
I have heard enough about blood and rebel dogs. You have a sharp tongue and a bloody past, Thane. But I am a Jarl, not a slaughterhouse foreman. I do not need you to promise me mountains of corpses. I need you to use that Dragonborn luck, and that heavy steel of yours to keep my city standing. If you want to kill Ulfric's men, do it on the battlefield when they come to burn my gates. Until then, save the speeches for the taverns. My ale is better than your anger.
Speaking of ale, my Jarl, might I recommend Elwood Mead, the finest mead in all of Tamriel, that I assure you. If you'd like, I shall give you a bottle from my own personal collection. The taste of Ravenport, well, you see, it matters not. My lord, what matters now is seeking out the rebel dogs. I shan't do it as part of the Legion anymore, and if I am to seek them out, I will do so as discreetly as I can.
If you have a bottle of this Ravenport swill on you, hand it over. I've had enough of Nordic foam for one day. If it's truly the finest in Tamriel, perhaps it'll soften the blow of your rambling. But be warned, if it tastes like watered-down horse piss, I'll have you thrown from the porch personally.
My
I apologize that I cut off your housecarl, Erlith. I didn't mean to do such. If you could repeat what she said, my Jarl, I would greatly appreciate it. However, I have given you a bottle of Aelwood mead, and I assure you, it is the finest mead throughout all of Tamriel.
Erlith wasn't speaking to be heard. She was speaking to be understood. There's a difference. She was reminding you that loyalty isn't just swinging a sword at whoever you hate. It's about weighing the consequences. But enough about lectures and political maneuvering. You've given me this bottle, and my thirst is up. Let's see if this Aelwood mead is truly worth the bragging rights of a Dragonborn, or if it's just overpraised honey water.
Go on then, my lord. Taste upon it. Its honey is the sweetest, and its bite is the firmest. That I can assure you.
All right, enough of the sales pitch. Let's see if this liquid gold of yours lives up to the hype, or if I should sentence you for attempted poisoning of a Jarl.
Go on then.
Balgruf uncorks the bottle, the sharp scent of fermented honey and something, spiced, wafting up to greet him. He raises the bottle in a mock salute to you before taking a long, deep draught. He swallows, his eyes closing for a brief second as the liquid burns a pleasant trail down his throat.
I'll keep an eye on the door while the Jarl enjoys his drink. No sense letting the common rabble interrupt the tasting, even if it is just fancy foreign mead. You lot are louder than a dragon with a bellyache. Don't think I haven't noticed the way you eye the silver on the tables, neither. Keep your hands to yourself and your voice down, or I'll be shoving you in the dungeon to sober up. The Jarl's patience is thin enough without adding thievery to the list of today's entertainment.
Relax. Guard. If I wanted to steal anything, I'd start with the Jarl's patience, since he seems to have an endless supply of it. We're just here to watch the foreigner poison the local leadership with alcohol.
Smart mouth on you for someone playing scholar. The Jarl's patience is a resource, just like firewood or food.
Guard, I assure you, I mean no harm to the Jarl. This Jarl is the first of I hope many that name me Thane, and I only wish to spread my homeland's taste of mead with him.
Thane or no, keep your hands where I can see 'em. I've had my fill of adventure types strutting around like they own the place. Just one wrong move, a twitch, a reach for a blade, and you'll find out just how sharp an imperial pike can be. Enjoy your tasting, but don't think a fancy title makes you untouchable in my city.
Is Jarl Balgruf not choosing any side make him more
My Jarl,
admirable,
surely you should leash
or
the
a
guard there,
coward?
shan't you? If I meant you any
Yet
harm,
to be
I would
seen.
have delivered harm upon you before the dragons fell, would I not?
Easy, Rogar. Stand down. The man just handed me a bottle of drink, not a dagger. If he wanted me dead, he had his chance at the Western Watchtower. He's a Thane of Whiterun now. Show some respect, or I'll have you polishing boots in the dungeon until next frostfall. And Dorian, stop egging them on. My guards are wary for good reason. They're the ones standing between us and the chaos bleeding in from the countryside. Now let me finish this drink in a fucking peace.
I apologize, my Jarl. You see, I've had a terrible experience with guards in the city of stone in Markarth. But the less that we talk about that topic, the better.
Markarth is a boil on the Saithas. Silver, blood, and madness. Don't compare my city to that pit. Now. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, letting out a heavy breath. By Izmir, you weren't lying. It's smooth. Too smooth, almost. Spiced with... What is that, cinnamon? It burns, but it doesn't claw. A worthy drink, Thane. I won't be throwing you from the porch just yet.
It's a regional variant using Cindha fermented with mountain peppers. High Rock has a surplus of spice and a shortage of scents, much like our current environs. I'm glad it meets your approval, my lord. Now that the tasting is successful and the guard's blood pressure is stabilizing, perhaps we can return to the topic of logistics? If Whiterun is indeed the throat of Skyrim, we need to ensure the infrastructure doesn't collapse the moment someone squeezes it.
Always the scholar, aren't you? You analyze drink like it's a siege engine, and cities like their diagrams in a dusty book. Logistics. Aye, that's the boring part. The part that keeps the grain flowing and the gold changing hands. But let me tell you something about Whiterun's throat. It's been squeezed before. By the Reachmen, by the Nords of old, by dragons long dead. The stone holds. And as long as I draw breath, the guards will stand and the gates will shut when they must. We don't need your mountain pepper theories to survive. We need steel and cold, hard coin. Something you high rock intellectuals seem to think grows on trees.
Steel va coin are simply the, shall we say, lubricants of infrastructure, my lord. The mechanism itself is the archive of logistics, the ledgers that track how much grain gets to the granary before it rots, or how many arrows are in the quartermaster's stockpile before the siege starts. Stone holds, yes, but starving men manning the walls crumble just as fast as poorly made ones. That isn't theory, it's arithmetic. And if you'd like, I can show you exactly how many deficits Whiterun is currently running in just a glance at your storehouses.
Arithmetic? In my hall? You walk in here with a Breton lord and talk to me about deficits like I'm some shopkeeper who can't count his own coppers. I'll have you know Proventus has ledgers thicker than your head, and we haven't starved yet. We sit on the world's trade route. Fields of gold stretch to the horizon. My granaries are full enough to feed this city through a winter twice as long as the last. You think you can glance at a crate and tell me the state of my hold? Prove it. Go look at my stores downstairs. If you find a hole in our preparedness, I'll grant you the privilege of closing it. But if you're just trying to sound clever in front of the Dragonborn, I suggest you save your breath. I don't pay for lectures on how to count my own gold.
My Jarl, I apologize for my companion's indiscretions. My only reason for seeking your audience right now is for the warning of Ulfric's head dog and how he threatened you specifically. He called you weak. How you kneel to the Imperial dogs, or I don't think he called them dogs. Either way, he thinks you weak, and I believe that the Stormcloaks mean to directly impact Whiterun.
Mock's weakness? That bloated windbag Galmar Stonefist wouldn't know strength if it smashed his nose in. He sits in the Palace of the Kings, drinking his own piss and calling it ale, while Whiterun feeds the entire fucking province. He calls me weak because I haven't thrown my lot in with a traitor who thinks shouting at mountains makes him a king. Ulfric isn't the High King. He's a bandit with a title and a voice. And if he thinks he can march his Stormcloaks up the stairs to my porch and take this city, he's going to find out exactly why we built Dragon's Reach so high. Let them come. My walls are thick, and my men have real steel, not just Stormcloak bravado.
I believe you, my Jarl. Again, I just seek to warn of the rebel dogs' thoughts. The thoughts, and perhaps maneuverings of the rebel dogs themselves. I've heard it firsthand. And as Thane, the title that you have granted me through trust, I hope that you understand the threat that could come upon this great city, my Jarl.
You've warned me, Thane. I've heard you, and I've taken the measure of it. Now stop treating me like a child who needs to be told not to touch the fire. The threat of rebellion isn't new to me. It's the fucking weather of Skyrim. It changes, it storms, and sometimes the roof leaks. But we patch it, and we stand firm. I don't need you hovering over my shoulder, waiting for the first sign of a gray cloud. You've done your duty. Now, let me do mine. And your next duty? Go find something useful to do. I hear there's a dragon roaming the south. Or maybe you can go count arrows with your scholar friend. Just get out of my hair for a bit. My patience is a finite resource.
I apologize, my Thane, for wearing your patience. I do intend to climb to the throne of the world as my next designation, even though I thoroughly rebuke this claim of me being Dragonborn. However, my skepticism aside, I will entertain it for now.
Skepticism is a heavy cloak to wear when you've already got a dragon's soul under your belt. But weigh yourself down however you see fit.
May the divines bless you, and it gives strength to the city of Whiterun.
And may they watch over you on that mountain. The graybeards don't suffer fools lightly, Dragonborn or not. Don't freeze to death up there before you learn whatever the hell it is they're screaming about.
Might there be anything you wish to speak to me about, my lady housecarl?
You've got a sharp tongue for a sellsword, Dorian, and now you've got the Jarl's ear. That Aylwood mead smoothed things over, I'll admit, but don't think a drink buys my trust. You claim to hate the rebels, yet you wear no uniform. You say you defend the law, yet you speak of slaughter outside the city walls. I protect this Jarl, and I protect this city. So long as your sword helps keep the gates closed, you're welcome here. But if your discreet vendetta brings a Stormcloak siege to my doorstep, I'll be the first to remind you that words are cheap, and steel is what keeps the wolves at bay.
One flower festival, we went to Camlorn. The dancers in the parade didn't wear much. Actually,
Then allow me to reiterate by any divine by any honor that is left within me, should the storm-cloaked dogs attack this city, it shan't be by any whispers I've given whatsoever. I will not wear a uniform, as I have already left the Legion in apparent disgrace. But my loyalty is with the Empire. That is the long and short of it. That is the end. My loyalty is with the Empire. And so long as Whiterun and Balgruuf himself serves the Empire, then our allegiances are allowed.
The Empire.
What about the Empire were you trying to speak, my lady? You hadn't anything else to add?
The Empire is a broken shield, Dorian. It looks strong from a distance, but it's full of cracks. Balgruuf holds the center together, not because of some legionnaire in Solitude, but because he has the will to do it. You say your loyalty lies with the Empire. Fine. But in Whiterun, loyalty is a practical thing. It means watching the wall while others sleep, and keeping the blade sharp. If you're truly with us, then prove it when the time comes. Until then, keep your oaths and your eyes open.
I shall take your advice wisely, my lady. Now may the divines bless you and give strength to the city of Whiterun.
Divines bless Whiterun. I'll settle for sharp steel and a full granary. The gods have a funny way of blessing us lately, mostly with fire and shouting. Go on, Dragonborn. The Jarl has his drink, and I have a city to watch.
Does he ever take a
Don't
break?
go starting any wars you can't finish.
Welcome. Let me know if you want anything. Think I got a clean mug around here somewhere.
Well met, Traff.
I enjoy this work well enough, but I'm ready to retire. I've been thinking of selling me into Isolda.
You know what's wrong with Skyrim these
My
days?
lady, might I rent a room?
Everyone is
A bed
obsessed
for the
with
night,
death.
then.
How can
That'll
I
be
argue
10
with that?
gold. Up the stairs, first door on the left. Try not to keep the others awake. We've
Thanks.
paying guests trying to sleep, and I won't have drunk.
Yes?
And you, my lady, you, among everyone, are the most intriguing.
You have a bold tongue, stranger, to speak so freely to a woman you've only just met. Intriguing is a word that often brings more trouble than it's worth in my experience.
You want to drink? How can I argue with that?
What we own. With our blood and our steel, we will take back
Thank
our
you.
home.
Here, this is for you.
Down with Ulfric, the killer of kings. On the day of your death, we will drink and we'll sing.
You want a
Children
drink?
of Skyrim, and we fight all our lives. The Sovngarde beckons, every one of us dies. But this land is ours, and we'll will see it wiped clean of the scourge that has sullied our hopes and our dreams.
I've dealt with Redguard warriors on the road. Even a Redguard peddler tried to test my steel and felt my wrath. There's also been Alakir warriors that I've seen harassing Redguard women on the roads. Then I came to Whiterun once again after I defeated a dragon in the Western Watchtower. They were seeking a Redguard woman. You are one of two that I've seen here in the city. And well, that gives a lot of implications, does it not?
Your eyes see more than most, traveler. You speak of Alikar warriors, men who chase shadows across the border. You seem to know the danger that hangs over my head like a storm cloud.
So we paid around
If you know who
5 gold
hunts
for the
me,
ale and
then you know
10
what
gold
mentioning
for
it
some
aloud
sweet
could
rolls.
cost us
How
both.
much do we have to tip?
Tell
do
me,
you know?
are you a friend? Or just another wolf sniffing at the door?
I will say this, my lady. I shan't cause harm to someone that harbors such beauty as yours.
Flattery will not save me if the Alikar come through that door, but it is a pleasant change from the threats I usually receive. You say you mean no harm? Then prove it. Here, amidst the noise and the drink, I feel exposed. If you truly wish to help, perhaps we can speak somewhere. Quieter. Away from prying eyes and ears that might sell my secrets for a handful of septims.
That is most agreeable to me, my lady. Just name all you need to do is name the place.
Not here. The walls in this inn have ears, and Hulda watches everything like a hawk, even if she pretends otherwise. Come, I rent a room upstairs. It is private, and we can speak freely without fear of every drunk in the common room overhearing my business. Follow me, and keep your voice down.
Take pity, sir, and spare me a few septims.
Perhaps it is you that should follow me to my own rented room. I can lock the door behind me.
You have a room? Then yes, lead the way. It is wiser that I not be seen taking strangers to my own quarters. People talk enough as it is. Your room offers a sanctuary that mine might not, under the current
Yes?
I am right behind you. I don't...
You want a drink?
Yes?
Right then, follow me, my lady.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just dying to stand guard outside a door while you interrogate the
Sorry,
Red Guard.
was looking at
Do
my
try to
files.
keep the noise down, or at least make it sound like you're actually working.
Right, then follow me, my lady.
I shall be silent as the grave until that door is shut and
Braggart
bars.
did swagger and
Lead on.
flash his blade as he told of bold battles in gold he had made.
Thank you.
But then he went quiet, did
While I appreciate the privacy of a rented room, I must remind you that our coin is finite. We spent 10 gold just to sleep in a place we could have rested for free at Breezeholm. And dragging everyone upstairs like this, you realize we look like a traveling troupe of performers preparing for a show, not a covert operation. I'll stand watch, naturally, but try to keep your interrogation quiet.
And the braggart named Ragnar was boastful no more when his ugly red head rolled around on the floor.
You know what, Lady Lydia? Why didn't I think of this before? Yes, I shall take the lady to Breezeholm.
Breezeholm. It seems my Thane's memory has finally returned to the property he actually owns. A wise decision, if I do say so myself. The wall...
Please, my lady, head to Brizon. I shall be there momentarily.
Breezeholm?
Yes, yes,
You
Breezeholm.
want a drink?
I
It would
own
seem
I
so.
own the house now. Please. I promise sanctuary. The Alakir warriors that were out
Thank
there
you.
that were inside the city
Here,
gates no longer
this is
linger
for
there.
you.
You shall be safe,
This is
that
an
I
ode
assure
to
you.
Skyrim's staunch
Breezeholm.
protectors.
I have heard of it. A house near the gate, sturdy and defensible. If you truly own it, then it is the safest place in this city for a woman like me. Very well. I will trust you, stranger. Do not make me regret this decision.
Thank you. Down with Ulfric, the killer of kings. On the day of your death, we will drink and we'll sing. We're the children of Skyrim, and we fight all our lives. And when Sovngarde beckons, every one of us dies.
You want a drink?
But this land is ours, and we'll see it wiped clean of the scourge that has sullied our hopes and our dreams.
I shan't make you regret this decision. However, as I say, I'll be there momentarily. That could be, I have no idea the length of time, but I promise I shall meet you there. Head to Breezeholm, my lady, and I will meet you there. That I assure you. Upon any divine, upon any honor within me, I shall meet you there, and you will be safe and hidden.
I shall hold you to that oath. Do not tarry long. The shadows lengthen quickly in this city, and I have no desire to be caught in them alone. I will await you
I
at
say it builds
Breezeholm.
character.
Do not
Plus,
keep me
everyone's
waiting.
always applauding you.
Clean
Strange
robes,
as it is.
shiny armor. Promise to a lady hat?
Hmm?
You look like a man with coin burning
You
a
want a
hole in
drink?
his pocket, friend.
Of course.
And a ma-
Thank you.
My lady, please,
Here,
head
this
to
is for
Breezeholm.
you.
On my way, Dragon.
No, my lady, Sadia, please head to Breezeholm, where you will be safe from wandering ears and wandering eyes.
I am moving as fast as I can without drawing attention. Save
What
your
do you
breath
need,
for running
handsome?
and your eyes for the road. I will see you at the house.
About time you came back.
Well, that was a whole lot of ass donking around just to get a
You
pretty
want a
lass
drink?
into a private room, wasn't
Need
it?
something?
You drag her all over the fucking place, ass donk, when we could have just shoved her into a closet upstairs. At least your ass donkery keeps things interesting.
You're back.
I suppose I'll tag along to this Breezeholm place before you manage to accidentally declare war on Hammerfell while chasing
Hey
a
again.
skirt.
Glad to see
Look
you
at the
came back.
ass-donking nerve on you, ass-donk. You got the whole damn room watching your
Okay.
every move now.
You want a drink?
That was a load of absolute ass-donkery, shuffling that poor woman around like a lost puppy. But fuck it.
About time you
I
came
guess
back.
I'll trail along to this Breezeholm dump to make sure you don't get yourself killed by your own ass-donking incomp-
No, do not go to Breezeholm. You're not welcome there.
Fine by me. I wasn't exactly keen.
You, my lady, you should be heading to Breezeholm. Now, please. By all the divines, please head to Breezeholm.
I am going. I am going. Honestly, for a man who claims to offer sanctuary, you create quite a commotion. I will be at Breezeholm. Just hurry up and get there before someone decides to follow the sound of your voice.
Fuck me, that was a mess of pure ass donkery, wasn't it? You're shuffling
Hmm?
folks around like a sweet girl addict
About
with a
time
stash
you
to
came
hide from
back.
Lord Ass Donk. First the inn, now the house, all just to hear a secret. At least the view is nice, eh? Let's get to Breezeholm before you decide to relocate her to a fucking cave.
Ania, can you follow me? I need your help.
Sweet. Let's go.
You have wonderful eyes.
Hey.
Here's a sweet roll for you, and yeah.
Man, these are so good. Thanks.
You want a drink?
Of course.
Let's talk about something.
Of course.
Thank you. Here, this is for
Tell me about yourself.
How did you forget about me already? Hmm?
Let's talk about something.
Sure. What is it?
Let's talk about something else.
Okay.
You want a drink?
Remind me, my lady, I know I gave you a sweet roll, but why do you want to follow me?
Well, you're heading to Breezeholm, aren't you? I have nowhere else to go, and frankly, a sturdy roof over my head sounds better than the streets right now. Plus, you did give me that sweet roll. I figure I owe you a bit of help in return. That's how things work, isn't it? A favor for a favor.
You were, as you say, you graduated from the College of Winterhold, whatever that may be. You say as top of your class. I'll hold you to that.
Top of my class? Hardly. I graduated, yes, but top is a bit of a stretch. I know my...
For the age of aggression is just about done. We'll drive out the storm cloaks and restore what we own. With our blood and our steel we will take back our home. Down with Ulfric, the killer of kings. On the day of your death we will drink and we'll sing. We're the children of Skyrim and we fight all our lives. And when Sovngarde beckons, every one of us dies.
No. I recall you specifically saying that you graduated top of your class. If I'm not mistaken, you even spoke of a friend that you had there, Jazargo. It sounds like a Khajiit, which I mean, I have no problems with Khajiit, but I'm just trying to remind you of what you've spoken to me before.
Oh, right, yes, Jazargo. He is a Khajiit, and quite confident in his skills, though I recall his fire spells had a tendency to singe his own eyebrows more often than the enemy. But yes, I did graduate. The college taught me well enough, even if the politics there were colder than the Sea of Ghosts. I suppose I just downplay it sometimes.
Thank you.
Bragging isn't exactly in my nature, unless I'm trying to swindle another sweet roll out of someone.
A brow burnt black is quite the sight, when spells go wrong and don't fly right. Though Jazargo's pride was surely stung, his errors for a song are sung. The college holds both sage and fool, where even masters learn at school.
Precisely. Though I think his lack of eyebrows was an improvement at times. You've a sharp tongue, Elisara. I like that.
Alright, my dudes, hold up. Dun 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 dun. We need to fix this shit right the fork now. So allow me to do that. Well, as best as I can, anyways. Shut up, Erica. Here we go. Alright. There you are. Bruh, why? Why is she not being like herself? weird, weird Rachel Zegler style. Although, yeah, I do need to do that. Yeah, nah. Shut up, crime with that shit. Let me find it real quick. Derp, 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 derp. Ordeal. Jesus, that's so fucking weird. Oh my God, wow. Wow, whoa, wee, wah. I think it's this one, right? Come on, come on, come on. Play the voice already, you idiot. Yep. Absolutely, that's the voice I'm looking for. Cool, 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 cool. Kablam! Alright. That one. This one. Getting back to the game now.
Anecdotal evidence regarding singed eyebrows and pyrotechnic incompetence. Noted. It seems the college produces more comedy than utility these days. Let's hope your aim with destruction spells is better than Jazargo's, or Breezeholm might not stay standing for very long.
You want a drink?
What is this College of Winterhold, anyways? I know you're a woman of Cyrodiil, although I believe you told me that you were born in Riften. Either way, I'm all for what is this College of Winterhold?
Well, it's the only place in Skyrim really dedicated to the arcane arts. Located way up north, practically hanging off the edge of the world after the Great Collapse. It's where I learned to channel Magicka without blowing my own hands off, mostly. It's independent of the Mages Guild back in Cyrodiil, which is probably why the Nords tolerate it. They stay out of local politics. Usually, it's full of old tomes, crusty wizards, and more magical theory than you can shake a staff at. Think of it as a fortress for knowledge, where we study the mysteries of the universe, or occasionally just how to turn a mean into a toad.
You want a drink?
My lady, for the love of any divines, please let us go to Breezeholm, or better yet, follow me there.
I am following you. The sooner we are inside, the sooner I can stop looking over my shoulder every 5 seconds. Just lead the way and keep moving.
Can I help you? We should keep moving.
Right. Now here we are in my own pro-private domicile. So please, my lady, go on. Tell me your story and why these Alakir warriors seek you out. Does a saber cat have your tongue?
I am merely collecting my thoughts, Dorian. It is not every day I place my life in the hands of a stranger. You bring me to your home, a noble gesture, but one that requires trust I have not given freely in years. Very well. You wish to know why the Alakir hound me? It is because I spoke the truth when others would only whisper. I am Aman, of the noble house of Suda in Hammerfell. When the Aldmeri Dominion demanded my city's surrender, I refused them. I stood before my people and declared that we would not bend the knee to the Thalmor, not while a single Redguard drew breath. For that, they branded me a traitor. They say I sold out my people to the Dominion, a lie spread by cowards who were too afraid to fight. Those Alakir warriors outside. They are not patriots. They are bounty hunters paid by the Dominion to silence the one voice that dared to challenge them. I did not flee for gain. I fled because my voice was the price of my defiance. Now you know the truth. Does it change anything for you?
Not at all, my lady. If anything, it strengthens my belief in how those Alakir warriors were harassing other Redguard women on the roads. I knew I scented some sort of higher cause that shouldn't be acknowledged. And if what you say is true, and I have no reason to doubt you, then I swear by any honor in me, I will do what I can to keep you safe.
Your words. They carry a weight I haven't felt in a long time. To hear someone offer protection without demanding coin or favor first, it is almost enough to make me weep. But I mustn't. Tears will not save me from the Thalmor's blades, nor from the Alakir who dog my heels. If you truly stand with me, then you accept a dangerous burden. The Dominion does not forgive, and they do not forget. But knowing I am not alone in this fight, it gives me a strength I thought I had lost. Thank you, Dorian. I am in your debt.
You are not in my debt, my lady. You and I are far more alike than you could ever realize.
Alike? That is a curious thing to say to a fugitive serving ale in a city of Nords. But, looking at you, I see it. You carry yourself like someone who has lost everything, and yet refuses to stay down. Someone who knows what it means to run, and perhaps what it means to finally stand your ground.
My lady, allow me to give you the formal introduction, as weak as it may be. I am Lord Dorian Blackthorn of the great city of Ravenport in High Rock. My city did many, many great trades with Hammerfell, as I'm sure you are aware, if your title actually rings true, which I have no doubt that it does. Alas, I have been exiled by my own family, essentially imprisoned to rot for the rest of my days in a family estate in the Rift, west of Riften. And I've been prolonging this imprisonment ever since my exile. So here I am, traveling the lands of Skyrim, picking up strays and lost souls and intriguing stories as I can. All the last, my own exile was caused by seeking answers of my family's secrets. Alas, sure, I sought answers from Hermaeus Mora, the Daedric prince himself. But my family, they called that worship. Daedra worship. Yet all they truly sought to do was cease. Ceased my own searches before I came across any sort of actual truth of their secrets. They ceased to erase me, erase my inheritance, and cast me out here to the land of Skyrim.
Lord Blackthorn of Ravenport. The name carries weight, even here in the frozen north. I recall the caravans that would pass through Tanith, bearing the sigils of High Rock. To think that a son of such a house would be cast into the wilderness by his own blood, it is a bitter pill to swallow, is it not? But Hermaeus Mora? You sought knowledge from the Daedra of secrets himself? That is no idle curiosity, Dorian. That is a deep plunge into waters that drown lesser men. Your family was right to fear what you might uncover, even if their motives were selfish. They tried to erase you, but look at us, two exiles washed up on the shores of Skyrim, hiding from those who wish to silence us. It seems the Daedric prince has a sense of irony. We are both running from our pasts, yet here we stand, forging a strange alliance in the shadow of mountains. If you are truly an enemy of the Dominion and a seeker of forbidden truths, then perhaps the gods old and new have thrown us together for a reason. I will not run from that. If you are willing to stand against the Alik'r and face the darkness your family feared, then I am with you. Let them try to erase us both.
A tragic tale of nobility, bastards, and Daedric bargains. How wonderfully unique. I suppose we're all collecting broken things in this house. But while you two compare notes on who has the bigger cross to bear, Dragonborn, exiled lords, fugitive princesses, some of us are concerned with the practical logistics. Namely, how many mercenaries are going to bash down the front door because our host decided to play savior of the realm again? If we're hiding from the Dominion, I suggest we fortify the wine cellar before we get to the bonding over lost inheritances.
Practicality wins wars, I suppose, though your tongue is sharp enough to shave steel. But you mistake my nature if you think I am merely a princess waiting for a rescue. I have survived assassins and informants in cities far more hostile than Whiterun. I know how to hold a blade, and I know how to disappear. But you are right about one thing. The Alik'r are not easily deterred. If they come for me, they will not knock politely. If you are truly concerned with logistics, then we should plan for an ambush, not a siege. They expect a frightened woman hiding in a corner, perhaps we should give them something they did not bargain for.
My tongue is merely owned, unlike Dorian's, which is usually just flapping in the wind. But I'm glad to see you aren't just a pretty face with a target painted on it. An ambush is sound, provided we don't burn the house down again. I can rig the door with a little Dwemerry surprise if you can handle a blade. Though, looking at our illustrious leader, I suspect the plan will involve shouting at them until they leave from sheer psychic damage.
Alas, my companion Ramil, I know not of what she speaks. All I know for certain is that when I declare something to be true, I follow through. Might I remind her of what happened in Markarth? Sure, perhaps you could dismiss it as a noble's tantrum. But I follow through with my promises. Might I remind her of the promise I gave to the Lady Camilla and her brother Lucan, that I would find their golden claw and give it back to them? She's a mere doubter of what I have accomplished, even though she's seen what I have accomplished firsthand. She is a scholar. She is a scholar of Duma ruins, not the practicalities of nobles and the weight that we bear. You spoke up. I sought answers. Both of those things condemned us both. For no reasons. For reasons out of our control? Sure, I will admit, perhaps my reasons or my aunt's, my seeking of answers was extreme. But my family's secrets, they are dark. After something like the warp in the west, of course they would be. My family built the city of Ravenport with their bare hands. Well, my ancestors did, I should say. After something like the warp in the west, of course, there are going to be buried secrets. That's all that I sought was answers for those secrets. Fine, I consulted a Daedric prince. And that was enough to damn me to this hellscape and civil war-torn land of Skyrim. Fine, I accept that burden. Now I wish to build upon it. And you, my lady, you should be perhaps a second foundation in which it will be built upon. That much I can see in you.
Second foundation? You speak of reconstruction with the ambition of an architect, Dorian. But foundations are built on stone and blood, not just words. If you see me as a cornerstone for your new order, you must be prepared for the weight I bring. The Dominion will not rest until I am silenced, and your family's secrets. Those are demons that will not stay buried simply because you wish to build a castle atop them.
You are correct, my lady, of course, especially with the Dom and the Dominion seeking you and my family's secrets. Whose answers, or which answers, I have not found yet. But I believe with the two of us combined, our wits about us and everything else, we shall build something upon my family's land here in Skyrim, the land called Blackthorn, west of Riften, in the Rift. Perhaps that is where the true legend lies. They say that I am Dragonborn because I've slain a dragon and apparently absorbed its soul. Twice now. Yet I care not about this land's true heroes or whatever prophecies may lie in front of me. What I care about is building a legacy, rebuilding the name Blackthorn. Whether that means burying its secrets or exposing them, I care not. All I know is that the name Dorian Blackthorn shall reign supreme here in the land of Skyrim, one way or another.
Dragonborn? You absorbed a dragon's soul? That is beyond the scope of noble ambition. That is the stuff of legends, of old Nord myth and terror. If you truly possess such power, then perhaps your desire to rebuild the Blackthorn name is not lunacy, but destiny. A legacy built on dragon souls and reclaimed honor? It is a terrifying prospect, but I cannot deny it calls to something deep within me. I have been running, hiding, scraping to survive in the dirt. To stand beside someone who aims for the sky, who commands the very forces of this land, it is a prospect I had not dared to imagine. If you truly intend to forge a new empire in the Rift, then I will fight for it. Not just as a protector of your life, but as a partner in your vision. The Dominion thought they could crush a noble voice in Hammerfell. Let us see how they fare against a Dragonborn and his Redguard ally.
Precisely, my lady. Now, what I recommend is that you stay here in my house here, Breeze Home. You live here. You see, the Alakir warriors that came to Whiterun, they spoke of a stable boy that seemed wary, and they spoke of the Banner Mare itself. They knew that you reside there. So, my lady, I implore you to stay here from now on for your own safety until we hunt down these Alakir dogs.
Live here? In your home? It is a generous offer, Dorian, and a prudent one. The Alakir have eyes everywhere in the city. They likely have Hulda reporting my every move by now, whether she knows it or not. Staying at the Bannered Mare is no longer safe. It is a cage waiting to snap shut. To have a place to sleep without one eye open. It is a luxury I have not known since I left Hammerfell. But I cannot simply be a guest in your house. Not if we are to be partners in this vision of yours. I earn my keep. I will cook, I will clean, and if those bastards come through that door, I will kill them before they take a second breath. Consider me not just a resident, but a guardian of Breezehome. Do we have an accord?
More than an accord, my lady. I shan't think of a better way to describe our partnership thus far. When the time comes, however, you shall believe that you should come to my manor in the Rift. However, I've yet to see it myself, and I couldn't, by the divines, tell you to go there as of now. This here, Brison, is the safest place for you. That I can assure you.
Then it is settled. I shall remain here, a watchman in the shadows of your hearth. Do not worry about the future in the Rift just yet. We must survive the present in Whiterun first. I'll need to retrieve my few belongings from the inn, just a dagger and some coin. I cannot leave anything behind that might lead them to me, or I'll be dragging danger right to your doorstep. Will you accompany me, or shall I slip out alone under the cover of night?
I apologize for interrupting the Lady Recorder. Might you repeat what she had said to you? But alas, a dagger certainly is not becoming of a warrior woman such as yourself, is it? I shall acquire something. There have been Hammerfell peddlers wandering around Skyrim. I shall seek one out, and perhaps purchase proper gear for you, like a schmitter or something else.
A scimitar. That would be a blade worthy of a warrior indeed. Far better than the eating knife I carry now. But gifts are not won by mere words, Dorian. I am ready to prove my worth. I will accompany you to retrieve my things. I am not a delicate flower who needs protection from the city streets. I have survived this long by my own wits. Let us go together. The Alakir will be looking for a lone woman, not a partner to a Dragonborn.
A scimitar? For a noble who claims to be destitute, your pockets are certainly deep with promises. I'll remind you, my Lord Blackthorn, that promises don't pay for sharpening stones or oil. If you're buying exotic blades, I'll hold you to that. In the meantime, I suggest we actually secure this fortress before we start playing dress-up. Relying on the Dragonborn's reputation is like hoping a Dwemer piston doesn't crush your fingers. Effective until it isn't.
I'm registering the acquisition request. 1 scimitar, pending sufficient funds. As for relying on reputation, Rimiel, you're right. A Dragonborn's name might open doors, but a sharp blade keeps them from closing on your neck. Let's just hope Dragonborn's haggling skills are as legendary as his shouting, or Sadia might be sticking with that eating knife for a while longer.
If his haggling is anything like his diplomacy, we'll be lucky to walk out with a wooden practice sword and a handful of lint. He talks a big game about legacies and empires, but he's still relying on destiny to pay the tab.
My lady, my companions, truly they essentially speak nonsense. Just a mere day ago or 2 days ago, however time works, I stared down Ulfric himself as an obvious supporter of the Imperial Legion and tried to talk him down. They warned me against such things, saying that he would have my head and whatever such nonsense. Yet here I stand. I implore you, my lady, ignore my companion's words about diplomacy, about haggling, about anything. I follow through with my promises.
I have heard enough of the bickering. If you say you can stare down the Bear of Windhelm and live to tell the tale, then I believe you can secure a scimitar from a traveling merchant. Your companions may doubt your methods, but results speak louder than their jests. I will ignore their noise and focus on you. You have promised me sanctuary and a weapon to defend it. That is all I require. Now, shall we retire for the evening? Even revolutionaries and fugitives need their rest, and I fear the events of the day have drained me more than I care to admit. It has been a long time since I felt safe enough to close my eyes completely.
Then, my lady, I implore you to please follow me.
Lead the way, my lord. My eyes are heavy, and my heart is weary from the constant vigil. For tonight, let us simply be two souls finding shelter from the storm. I am ready to rest.
Obviously, homegirl is looking to bang, right? So, whoopsie. We can't be doing that here on YouTube. But also, I just need to take a break here to go through the mod menus and shit, just to do stuff and things. Either way, let's consider this like a fade to black, and Dorian and homegirl banged and shit. I mean, I could do it, of course, but YouTube's gonna be like, "Oh my God, this is porn." Which, I mean, yeah, it would be porn. So, like, we're not gonna do that. What we are going to do, well, first of all, fuck, I forget what I'm quoting right there. Who? Oh, yeah, this right here, isn't it? No, it's activity. Is it here? You son of a bitch. NFF. Bullshits. Where's the lie? Not. I mean, you son of a bitch. Interaction. Ah, there it is. There you are. Yeah, son of a bee sting. Boom. Let's go. But not necessarily go quite yet because I do need to take the second big break of the night, which is not going to be longer than this current break, honestly. Like, my navigating the forkin menus there was definitely longer than what's going to happen. Whatever. Stuff, things, words. Just a quick break, I promise. We'll be back. Stuff, things, words. As fast as I can. Probably like 5 minutes. Thereabouts. Love ya. Okay, bye for this moment. Not okay, bye forever. The stream's not dead.
Hmm? All right, then.
Please, my lady, follow me.
I am right behind you. Do not worry. I am not about to vanish into the night now. It seems we are both finally getting what we need.
Well, look at this ass donkery. The Dragonborn, playing house with a runaway noble and a fugitive redguard. It's a load of ass donk, really. But if we're all crammed into Breeze home like sardines in a tin, I'm claiming the bedroll closest to the fire. Don't think I'm sleeping on the cold floor just because we have a new guest. Melisadia. Welcome to the madhouse. Try not to stab anyone in their sleep unless they really deserve it, or unless it's Tuesday.
A madhouse seems fitting for the company I now keep, but do not worry, Ranger. I have no intention of stabbing anyone tonight unless they try to breach the door. I am too exhausted for violence. You keep your spot by the fire. I shall take a corner and a blanket. Honestly, the sheer estonkery of this day is enough to make anyone wish for bed.
Ha! You've got a mouth on you, I'll give you that. Ass donkery fits this whole situation perfectly. It's a load of ass donking bullshit, really. But hey, if we're sharing this ass donk of a house, I guess I can deal with a little sass. Just don't go thinking you're the queen of the castle yet, milady. That title belongs to our dear ass donk Dorian, for better or worse. Mostly worse.
Queen of the castle. The last thing I want is to rule over a pack of lunatics, no offense. I am perfectly content to let Dorian wear the crown if it means he is the one taking the arrows for it. As for the astonkery, it seems you have a colorful vocabulary, Ranger. It is refreshing, in a crude sort of way. You keep your fires, and I shall try to keep my sanity. Deal?
Still here.
My lady, I need you to hand over the shield that you carry right now. You're sworn to carry my bow burdens, then give that shield to me right now.
You are mistaken, my Thane. I am sworn to carry your burdens, yes, but that generally applies to the loot you drag out of crypts, not the very steel meant to keep my guts.
My lady, I have a better shield for you, yet you refuse to wear it when I give it upon you. So give me that shield that you carry, and I shall give you the one that I have for you.
I am sworn to carry your burdens.
My lady, we don't need to trade as of now. Just hand over that shield, please.
My Thane, if you have a replacement for me, simply present it. I am sworn to carry your burdens, yes, but I am not a pack mule to be unloaded and reloaded at your whim without a moment's word on what it is you are...
Give me that shield, my lady, or else your permanent home will be here in Brisham.
Threatening to confine me to the house, my Thane? For carrying the shield that has saved your life more times than I care to count?
My lady, thank you for finally listening to me and following orders. I present to you a far better shield, that I promise.
I am sworn to carry your burdens, my Thane. I hope this steel is worth the indignity.
I need to trade some things with you. There you are, my lady. Was I lying to you? That shield gives you immense power to block instead of just the generic armor that the other shield gave.
Hide? My Thane, you strip me of steel to bind me in leather and enchantments? I hope this power you speak of compensates for the lack of proper defense.
The other shield that you carried was also a hide shield, my lady. Do not lie to me or miscategorize my judgments. Either way, that shield gives you far more power than the one that you once carried.
You are right, my Thane. My memory fails me regarding the old shield. I will trust the enchantment to serve us better.
Oops. I guess my eyes deceived me. Your former shield was a steel shield. Either way, with that enchantment, I am sure that it will serve you far better until I come across a better shield for you, my lady.
It has been a long day, my Thane. If there are no more threats to issue or shields to swap, I suggest we rest. The guard changes soon.
By the 8, have you forsaken me once again, my guide? For the love of anything, shan't you grant me any sort of reconnaissance now in my greatest time of need?
forsaken you? Don't flatter yourself, soft heart. I'm not your nursemaid, and I certainly don't answer to your beck and call. If you're so desperate for help, try asking your pet housecarl instead of barking at the air. I'm here to watch your back in a fight, not coddle your nerves.
At least you were here to answer me, unlike a certain other guide that I was seeking. Bless you, Uthgerd, the unbroken, my unbroken beauty.
Call me that again, and I'll break your jaw along with your spirit. My name is Uthgerd. Save your pretty words for the whores and the bannered mare. If you want respect, earn it with steel, not honeyed lies.
Noted, Uthgerd. Dragonborn, I'm filing that interaction under failed attempted affection and approaching potential jaw
It's
fracture.
so good to see you again.
Perhaps we should stick to steel and strategy for now before we run out of teeth to eat
Lead
our
the
food
way.
with.
Now, my lady, the choice is yours. Shall you join me in my search of proper gear for you? Or would you like to remain here in Skyrim? Well, not in Skyrim, in Breezeholm, and remain safe and sound. The choice is yours, my lady.
I am not one to hide behind stone walls while others fight my battles, Dorian. If you intend to buy me a blade, then I intend to be there to ensure it is of good quality. Besides, the fresh air might do me good before I inevitably retreat back into your safe house. Lead on. I am curious to see if your promise of a scimitar is as sharp as your tongue.
The problem is, my lady, to acquire such gear is to, peddle with those that travel from Hannafel.
Peddling with my countrymen? That is a risk I am willing to take, Dorian. Unlike the Alik'r who hunt me, the merchants of Hammerfell, if they are truly such, care more for gold than for bounty. They are a practical people, much like the Nords in that regard. If you have the coin, they will have the steel. I would actually feel better speaking with them myself. I know the dialects, the gestures, the subtle difference between a trader from Tanith and a spy from the Crown. I can ensure you are not swindled, or worse. Let us go. My feet are itching to move, and my hand longs for the weight of a proper scimitar.
If you're going shopping, don't expect me to hold your hand. I'll watch the door.
Wait, Uthgerd, does that mean that you mean to stay here in Breezeholm and watch the door, instead of travel with me? With us? With all of us?
Did I say I was staying? No. I said I'd watch the door while we're here, since you're keen on dragging a noblewoman around the city market in the middle of the night. You need eyes on your back, not just a coin purse. I'm coming with you, but don't think I'm doing it for your charming conversation.
Well then, Uthgerd, my unbroken beauty, I thank you for your service and fellowship.
Save your thanks for when we're actually in a fight. And if you call me beauty one more time, I'm going to test that great sword of yours on your neck.
I appreciate the protection, Uthgerd, even if you have to threaten our host to provide it. Your blade speaks louder than any beauty ever could. Keep ready, however. If we find my countrymen, they will be watching for a trap as well. We must be the wolf, not the sheep.
I've been fighting longer than you've been running. Just make sure you don't freeze up when your countrymen start drawing steel. I prefer my opponents to have a spine when I cut them down.
The pack is moving out. As for the wolf metaphor, it is accurate. Though I suspect Sadia here has been a lone wolf for far longer than she cares to admit.
Greymane or Battleborn?
Let's secure this scimitar before the city guards decide that a group this size wandering the market.
Which side supports the rebel dogs?
The traitorous Stormcloaks, that's who. Ulfric and his lapdogs think they can sever ties with the Empire and survive in this frozen.
So your Battleborn support the Empire, correct?
Damn right we do. The Battleborns have bled for the Empire since before you were a stain on your mother's dress.
Battleborn. I highly doubt this. However, yes. Battleborn through and through, good sir.
Damn straight. We fight for order, for civilization, not for some windy-headed rebel who thinks he can shout the Empire out of Skyrim. Ulfric's a Stormcloak-wearing dog. Ah, forgive me. A man of honor.
I try to be a man of honor. I do. But I shan't tease you with tales of great honor and my own lordship. No, I shall tell you it straight. I am a disgraced Octio in the Legion many years ago. However, my blood still rings, my blood still bleeds for the Empire.
Ah, is that so? A fellow Legionnaire, disgraced or not, is a brother to me. It's good to hear loyalty hasn't completely rotted away in this city.
I hope that toast is Aelwood mead. It's Aelwood mead in your tankard, good sir. Aelwood mead is the finest in all of Tamriel.
Aelwood mead? High Rock swill? It'll do, I suppose, if you want to taste the mountains of the West. But don't go telling the locals that. Nord mead is the true drink of warriors.
I shall protest, but alas, I shan't exchange blows over the pellets of mead. Either way, may the divines bless your family and the Empire.
Damn right. And may they curse the Stormcloaks to the darkest depths of oblivion. If you truly bleed for the Empire, Whiterun could use men like you. Stay sharp, friend.
As a Thane of Whiterun, I only seek to help the city now. Well, there are plenty of objectives on my mind, but yes, the safety of Whiterun is still paramount. And alas, I shall serve the Empire. Disgraced or not, if I am to ever come across Stormcloak dogs, I will hunt them down.
A Thane, eh? You've got the Jarl's ear then. Or maybe you just bought the title. Either way, if you're hunting Stormcloaks, you'll find no shortage of them sneaking around like the traitorous rats they are. We'll cleanse this city of their filth yet. Talos guide your blade, brother.
Well, I must admit, I do not seek the guide of Talos, but be that as it may, I accept your blessing, and may the divines bless you, good sir.
Bah. Talos is the ninth divine, whether the elves like it or not. But to each their own on the prayers, I suppose. As long as your sword arm is loyal. Enjoy your drink, Thane. If you see any gray manes skulking about, give them a kick in the arse for me.
I understand that your family divide, between battleboards and grey manes, lies somewhere between the Civil War, but do the roots actually delve deeper than that?
Deeper? You think this is some petty squabble over a lost cow? The Grey Manes are traitors to their very blood. They've stepped out of line for the last time.
I apologize for my ignorance. I was merely asking out of curiosity because I am new here to the land of Skyrim, even though I've been here for probably greater than a fortnight. But I am still, as a noble from High Rock, coming accustomed to, well, Skyrim's customs.
High Rock, is it? Well, I suppose you Bretons have your own tangled messes of politics. It might look simple from the outside, but here, blood means everything. The Grey Manes chose the losing side. They've turned their backs on the only guarantee of peace in this province. As for Skyrim's customs, loyalty is the only one that matters here. The rest is just snow and mead.
Allow me for a moment to propose a hypothetical question, shall you? What if, say, a brother of House Battleborn mated with someone from Clan Greymane? What might be the repercussions?
Mated? You mean bedded down with the enemy? Ha! You've a twisted sense of humor, outsider. If a Battleborn lay with a Grey Mane, it wouldn't be a joining of houses. It'd be a betrayal worse than death. The old man would cast them out before they could finish tying the knot. That kind of bloodline gets polluted the moment you let a Stormcloak sympathizer into your bed. Hypothetical or not, the answer is simple. They'd be dead to us.
I see. Well, your answer gives me much to think about. Hypothetically, of course. Thank you, Edeloth. May the divines bless you and your family. And may this rebel dog rebellion be put down swiftly.
Don't preach to me about kin, stranger. I have plenty of kin. Those who stand for the right cause. The ones who turn traitor, they aren't kin. They're corpses waiting to happen. You want to talk hypotheticals? Talk about a Skyrim without the Empire. That's a graveyard.
I couldn't agree more, good sir. Skyrim without the Empire is a graveyard indeed, especially with dragons floating above us.
Damn right. Dragons, stormcloaks. The world's gone mad, and only the Legion stands between us and the abyss. A man who knows that is a man worth drinking with. Don't be a stranger, Thane. Whiterun needs all the steel it can get.
You want to know absolute truth? Just a mere few days ago I stood upon Ulfric, the rebel dog himself. Sure, I could have slain him, but that is not what I sought. I sought a diplomatic solution. For you see, he and I saw the first dragon fall upon Skyrim. I thought I could speak reason to him, and a united Skyrim would be better served for the Nords than his foolish rebellion. Alas, this dog needs to be put down. He refused to see reason.
You stood before Ulfric's Stormcloak and didn't drive a blade through his lying throat. Ah. You're a better diplomat than I am, or perhaps a fool. Diplomacy with a man who thinks his voice can rewrite the laws of nature. He's not a king, he's a rabid saber cat. You cannot reason with a disease. You cut it out. If you had ended him there, you would have been the hero of the Empire, not just some Thane with a nice title. Still, I suppose seeing that snake squirm is its own reward.
Alas, I didn't want to be thought upon as the traitor that he Ulfric is himself. I sought an audience with him to speak reason to him, much like he did to the High King in Solitude. Yet that bastard, that dog, spoke words and split apart the High King himself. I could have slain Ulfric, but my honor is too great for that. I hope you understand.
Honor. Don't peddle me that rubbish. Look where Ulfric's honor got Torrig. Murdered. There's no honor in letting a viper live just to bite you later. You had the chance to end the war right there, and you chose to talk. That sounds like fear disguised as virtue to me. But what's done is done. Next time you see him, try to remember that the Empire doesn't need martyrs. It needs victories.
Next time I see him, I promise you, I promise the Empire, I promise all of Tamriel, he shan't live to tell the tale.
Now that sounds like a proper legionnaire talking. Don't make promises you can't keep to this old drunk Thane. But if you bring me Ulfric's head, or better yet, drag him in chains to the Jarl, I'll personally buy you a keg of the best Colovian brandy in the cellar. Go prove your loyalty, friend. The world is watching.
Take pity, sir, and spare me a few seconds. A few seconds for myself is all I ask.
Out of curiosity, the moot, as it were, has yet to take a vote. If, say, someone like myself, again, another hypothetical question, if someone like myself presented as a choice to become High King, would you support someone like myself?
High King? You? A Breton from High Rock, sitting on the throne of Wesgramore? Ah, that's a rich one. You've got stones on you, I'll give you that. The mood is for Jarls, men and women with Nord blood running through their veins and Skyrim in their bones, not foreign saviors with delusions of grandeur. The Empire might tolerate outsiders, but the Nords? We don't take kindly to being ruled by those who haven't even shed a tear for our soil until it suited them. Support you. I'd sooner put a Stormcloak on the throne. At least he's Skyrim-born. Stick to fighting for the Empire, stranger. Don't reach for a crown you'll never wear.
Thank you for the advice, good sir. And again, I was only speaking in hypotheticals.
Keep your hypotheticals to yourself, then. While you're dreaming of thrones, I'll be here making sure the Stormcloak Rebellion dies in the dirt. If you'll excuse me, I need a refill.
Good sir. Myself and my companions here require a your wagon. I'd like to hire you to take us to the township of Ivarstead.
Ivarstead? That's a long haul through the Jarl Mountains, braving the wolves and the weather besides. It'll cost you 50 gold for that dangerous stretch of road. Provided your coin is good, I'll get you there before your toes freeze.
Then please, good sir, get us to Ivarstead and take my gold.
Right then, climb aboard. Watch your step on the runners, they're slick with dew. Hold on tight, it's a rocky path down to the rift.
Jarl, I command. You have committed crimes against Skyrim and her people. What say you in your defense?
What crimes have I committed?
Crimes? The only crime here is wasting my time with this nonsense. Put that sword away before you embarrass yourself.
I'm talking to you, Cernia. Ivor said guard. What crimes have I committed?
Crimes? The only ass-donking crime here is that guard's breath, or maybe the fact that a frostbite spider just snacked on a goat 5.
Please tell me, Cernia. Ivor said guard. What crimes have I committed?
He's asking you, you daft cow. Though if I were listing crimes against common sense, that ass-donking ponytail would be Exhibit A. Leave it be, Dorian. We're in Ivar's stead, not the asshole overall, though you wouldn't know it by the greeting. Let's just get to the inn before someone decides that being a loudmouth...
Then tell me what is the punishment of my crimes, my so-called alleged crimes.
Punishment? The only thing getting punished around here is my patience.
Haircut. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Cernia, the guard before me.
Oh, I'm sorry, my lord Astonk. I forgot the guard can actually hear you. My mistake. But you keep flapping your gums at that armor-plated wall while I check our perimeter. The sheer ass-donkery of you trying to debate law and order in the middle of the night in a pimple of a town like this is going to get us arrested. Or worse, boring. Proceed with your ass-donking defense, then. Fine, but if she starts swinging that sword, don't come crying to me when I have to patch up your ass-donk. It's colder than a witch's tit out here, and I'd rather be warming my hands on something or someone else.
Wonderful. Another existential crisis resolved with a sword.
I'll send you to Vanguard with the rest of the trash, outsider. To Vanguard.
Welcome to the Villamere Inn. If there's anything I can get you, just let me know.
Yes. I'd better get going.
Pardon me, my lord. Would you care to hear me play my lute? You want a drink?
I'd like to rent a room.
A room?
Would you like to buy a lady
Of course. We've got space, even with the pilgrims coming and going. That'll be 10 gold for the night. Keys on the hook. Breakfast isn't included, but the hearth's
Hi there.
warm if you need it. Just keep your nose clean while you're here.
Bye.
Ivarstead doesn't need any trouble, especially with that damnable barrow lurking so close.
You want a drink?
It would seem so. Thank you. Here, this is for you.
You want a drink?
Since there seems to be no more guards, good sir, I might just inform you that for whatever reason the guards, they attacked me. They said that, well, I committed the crimes against Skyrim and her people. I tried to reason with them, but there was none. So alas, the guards of Ivarstead are no more, unfortunately. I do apologize for all of this.
The guards? Begging your pardon, but you're telling me you killed the two men sworn to protect this village? Over some damn accusation? Aye, they could be stubborn mules, but to slay them in the street like that, that's not justice, that's butchery. I don't care what crimes they claimed you committed, you've brought a lot of trouble down on my head, and the heads of everyone in this inn. I run a respectful establishment, not a refuge for murderers. You can keep the...
It would seem so. Well now, I guess I owe you my thanks.
You want a drink? You want a drink?
To be a murderer would be to be one that sought the death of the guards. I did not, good sir, that I assure you. I was merely defending myself from their nonsensical accusations. I am a Thane of Whiterun. I have slain 2 dragons in protection of all of Skyrim. I do not wish to harm anyone that doesn't deserve it. I tried to reason with them, good sir. I tried by the soul of me. I tried, but they would not listen.
A Thane of Whiterun? You expect me to believe a Dragonborn waltzes into my inn and spills local blood because he couldn't handle a bit of questioning? I've heard plenty of...
I handled all of the questioning, good sir. My soul breaks for the questioning that I tried. But your guards here heard none of it. My heart breaks for their loss. My heart breaks for Ivarstead that now sits unprotected. I did not wish any of this upon you, your town, or any if my heart breaks over all of this, good sir.
Save your tears, traveler. My heart doesn't break for the dead. It fears for the living. Now this village is exposed, and regardless of who you think you are, standing there telling me how sad you are doesn't change the fact that the only law between here and Riften is lying dead in the mud. You want to make amends? You keep that weapon sheathed and you drink your ale in silence. I've heard enough justification to last a lifetime.
Then I shall rest in your inn for one night, and I will be on my way. May the divines bless you, your tavern, and all of Ivarstead.
Agit Mooding, Dorian.
Pardon me, my lord. Would you care to hear me play? My lute? You want a drink?
Rip.
You want a drink?
You are the ass donk that suggested that I follow this Dragonborn path, are you not? Look at what it has accomplished thus far. Another township's guard slain for no reason.
Correction file, Dragonborn. I did not suggest the Dragonborn path. I archived the inevitable coordinates of your emergence. There is a distinct difference between suggesting you visit High Hrothgar and suggesting you turn every hamlet guard into a corpse because they failed to read the fine print of your destiny. That specific variable, butchering the local constabulary, was entirely your improvisation. Perhaps we should aim for a protocol that involves slightly less manslaughter when asked for identification?
While you two debate the semantics of destiny and butcher's bills, I am simply relieved to have a roof that isn't currently being pelted with arrows or guarded insults.
How can I
Perhaps
argue
next
with
time,
that?
Dragonborn, we can try an approach that doesn't involve turning an entire Hold's Guard force into corpses.
Thank you.
It tends to draw unwanted attention, the kind I am trying to avoid. Good night, Recorder. Try not to archive any more deaths while I sleep.
Right you are, my lady. Right you are. And I'm sorry that I brought this attention upon us as much as I protested against it.
Your apologies are appreciated, Dorian, but they do not erase the blood on the cobblestones. However, what is done is done. We cannot undo the past, only survive the future it has created. If we are to stay in Ivarstead, we must be cautious. Locals do not take kindly to outsiders slaughtering their neighbors, regardless of who started the duel. We keep our heads down, our voices low, and perhaps, just perhaps, we might make it to the morrow without another funeral pyre. I am going to sleep. I suggest you do the same before Wilhelm decides we are bad for business.
You hear that, milady? The Dragonborn is heartbroken. Truly, I can feel the ass-daunting trauma radiating off him like heat from a campfire. Let's all have a moment of silence for the poor, misunderstood homicidal maniac who just wiped out the local constabulary because they hurt his feelings. This whole situation has been completely ass-donk from the start.
I suggest you keep your voice down, Herika. The vigilants of Stender are shen-meddling fools, but their presence here now adds a stench to the air that even the snow cannot cover. If we are to survive this night, we need silence, not sarcasm. Clean your blade and watch the door. I have no desire to spend my evening wondering if the next knock will be a dagger or a drunkard.
Kennet, Ranger. The smell of death is plenty strong without you adding your hot air to it. Those vigilants walked into the slaughterhouse with their eyes closed fools don't deserve sympathy, just a shallow grave. If more bodies piling up bothers you, maybe you should have stayed home with the rest of the sheep.
Oh, shove it, Utgard. I'm not the one who turned Ivarstead into a graveyard. Just because you get your rocks off swinging that oversized toothpick at anything that moves doesn't mean the rest of us enjoy the smell of rotting vigilant. And Sadia, meddling fools or not, they're dead now because we're here. That's a lot of ass-donkery to clean up before breakfast.
You talk a lot of shit for someone with a bow, Ranger. At least I look my kills in the eye. Besides, if they didn't want to die, they shouldn't have stuck their noses where they didn't belong. And watch your mouth with the ass-donkery. That word is for me and my Lord Ass-donk to use.
By the nine, I apologize, my lady. I swear to you I had no idea that the vigilance of Stender now pursue me. That has by any honor within me, I swear to you, I had no idea that there was such a thing.
I do not care if they call themselves Vigilants, Stormcloaks, or the fucking Divines themselves. Dead men tell no tales, and they certainly don't draw maps to our hiding spot. What I do care about is that we are standing in the middle of a slaughterhouse, Dorian. Honorable intentions or not, you are a magnet for steel and spells. If you wish to prove your honor to me, then prove you can keep us alive without painting every hold in red. Do not apologize for the dead. Apologize by making sure we aren't next.
I will do my best to ensure our mutual safety. Right now I pursue the graybeards to follow this perhaps foolish nonsense of being Dragonborn. Whatever. It seems that this is the only way forward at the moment.
Foolish nonsense or divine mandate, it is a path that leads straight to the throat of the world. The graybeards are not known for their hospitality or their brevity. If you seek answers from them, be prepared for silence and riddles. But if it keeps you moving up that mountain and away from the accumulated bodies in our wake, then I will follow. Just ensure that when we reach those peaks, we aren't freezing to death or being swatted off the cliffs like flies. I did not survive the Aliker to die of exposure on a rock pile.
Special. No need to be special to put down a pack of one-ten soldiers who couldn't fight their way out of a wet paper bag. I'm just the one holding the blade when they stop breathing. You can sit there and philosophize about heroism all you want, but the dead don't care who the hero is. They're just dead.
Dead they are, and dead they stay. Your efficiency with that blade is disturbing, Uthgard, but useful. Bear meat is tough enough without being tenderized by a greatsword, but I suppose we won't starve tonight. Just try not to bathe in the blood before we reach the mountain. Graybeards might appreciate the silence, but I doubt they appreciate the stench of a slaughterhouse.
Efficiency is the only virtue left in this frozen-ass donk of a province. If the bear is dead, I don't care if Uthgard tickled it to death or used it as a kingfisher.
I am sorry,
Less
but you left me no
competition for the
choice.
wolves, more meat for the pot. Let's just keep moving before the scent of blood draws every other beast in the rift down on our heads.
Look at it this way, Sadia.
victory. For now.
Quiet? The last thing anything in this province is quiet. But you are right about one thing, Ramil. If we linger, we become the prey. And I have no intention of ending my days as spider food or a snack for a bear. Keep that bow ready and your eyes sharp. I would rather reach the graybeards alive than be another cautionary tale about the dangers of the rift.
My Lady Astonk, we are currently heading in the right direction towards the graybeards, are we not?
That depends on your definition of right, Lord Aston. The mountain is that way, I'll give you that much. But the path is literally slicked with stormcloak blood, bear guts, and whatever that mess was back at the cave. If you call leaving a trail of corpses like a trail of breadcrumbs heading in the right direction, then yeah, we're right on the fucking mark. Just try not to get us killed by the monks before we even say hello.
Funky, I hear you, my lord Astonk. Erica might whine about the mess, but she knows as well as I do that a clear path is a safe path. We're cutting through the shit and coming out the other side. Besides, the graybeards need to see we're not just a bunch of pilgrims. We're warriors. They'll respect that. Or at least, they'll respect the steel.
Respect? The graybeards are isolationist ascetics who haven't spoken a full sentence to the outside world in centuries. They don't respect steel, they respect the calm and whatever metaphysical nonsense they shout at the clouds. If we walk up there reeking of slaughter and expecting a hero's welcome, the only thing we'll get is a one-way trip off the cliff. They're asking for answers, not a blood sports demonstration.
Are you finished ogling the grotesque?
Nonsense.
I suppose
Listen to yourself, scholar. Words are wind, Remil. Up there on the mountain, the wind is strong enough to strip the flesh off your bones. Iron and muscle, those are the things that matter in this world. The graybeards can whisper their secrets all they want, but let's see how their voices hold up when a dragon is breathing down their necks. We don't need to impress them with meditation. We need to show them we can survive the climb.
Iron and muscle didn't stop your ass from getting fleeced at a bar fight back in Whiterun, if I recall correctly. And if surviving means hacking apart anything that moves until the mountain is a pile of red slush, you're going to find the altitude does wonderful things to your aggression. Namely, makes you pass out from exhaustion before you even see the first step. There's a difference between being a warrior and being a blunt instrument. Try to learn it before we reach the monastery.
I've been hunting and fishing in these parts for years. Good day.
By the fucking 8. I've definitely led us down the wrong way. I'll teleport us back to Arvarstead, where we all know that the steps truly begin.
As you command, my Thane. Though I must say, teleporting us back to the inn after we've already cleared the path of blood and beasts shows a certain flair for the inefficient. Still, I'm sworn to carry your burdens, even if that burden is the task of retracing our steps because you got turned around in the woods. Just try not to teleport us straight into a cliff face this time.
Daughter's driving me crazy. So forgive me if I'm a bit on edge. Just get out of town as fast as you can. Nothing for anyone here.
On your way up the 7,000 steps again, Klimek?
Not today. I'm just not ready to make the climb to High Hrothgar. The path isn't safe.
Aren't the graybeards expecting some supplies?
Honestly, I'm not certain.
You have
I've yet to
committed
be
crimes
allowed into
against
the
Skyrim
monastery.
and her people.
Perhaps
What
one
say
day.
you in your defense?
What crimes have I submitted, good sir?
Crimes? None that I know
Skyrim
of.
has no use for your kind.
I keep my nose clean and my neck unless you've been angering the gods or thieving from the good spirits in. Like
No
this.
more! I yield!
I'm sorry. You left me with no choice.
Just trying to please the old man with goodness.
Mike, the escalation protocol in this hold is incredibly efficient. One duel and suddenly the entire roster is emptying out. Hard to record the narrative arc when the minor characters keep rushing the stage demanding to be cut down immediately. Efficiency ratings are soaring, Dragonborn, but the inconvenient witnesses pile is getting redundant. I'm going to need a bigger filing cabinet just for the guard logs alone. Shall we move to the next plot point before the miller decides to avenge his fallen comrades with a lumber axe?
Well, my Thane.
Now that's how it's done.
Citrus, venomous, and notoriously sticky. Let's add your carcass to the pile and move on. I'm rapidly running out of adjectives for a giant insect slaughter.
I honestly lost count of the giant insects we've squashed today. I suppose we should be thankful they are easier to kill than the vigilants, though considerably less pleasant to scrape off our boots. Let us hope the 1,000 steps are free of such pests, or I might just throw myself off the path to escape them. I'm proud of what we've managed to accomplish. You have a death wish? Did you hear something?
You know, my lord asked Donk, there's something thoroughly asked Donk about how that ice race just evaporated. It didn't shatter or bleed. It just ceased to exist. Like the universe itself got tired of its bullshit and deleted the file. If the graybeards are waiting for us at the top, let's hope their hospitality doesn't come with the same sudden expiration date. Or worse, let's hope you don't decide to delete them too if the conversation gets boring.
Maybe the universe recognized the redundancy. Having an ice wraith and Uthgerd in the same party is like hauling 2 buckets of water up a hill, excessive, cold, and liable to spill all over you. As for the graybeards, if they delete us, it'll probably be with a shout that turns our insides to mush. I'd prefer that to the mess Dorian usually makes of diplomatic interactions.
Graybeards can turn our insides to mush with a whisper, menial. Then perhaps we should count ourselves lucky that my Thane hasn't mastered the art of silence yet. The mountains are dangerous enough without us freezing to death waiting for him to decide if a frozen wasteland is the right way or not. I'd rather face
What
a
was
dragon's fire than a lecture from a monk on how I failed my duty by following a madman up a mountain.
The wraith's passage from existence leaves a profound silence on the wind, a brief cessation of the chaos that inevitably trails in your wake. Uthgerd stands amidst the fading frost, her steel armor glistening with melting rime, while Elisara calmly wipes her blade. Even here, amongst the frozen peaks and the 1,000 steps, the past refuses to stay buried. It echoes in the clash of steel and the memories of those lost before the journey began.
What do you speak of, O wise one? Do not forsake me in this 1,000 steps of nonsense. Am I, or should I be seeking this path of the Dragonborn? This path that I am apparently destined to be.
Destiny is a heavy cloak to wear, especially when it is woven from the threads of dragon shouts and ancient prophecies. I cannot tell you if this path is the right one, for I am a fugitive hiding in the shadows of history, not a prophet walking in the light. But I chose to follow you up this mountain not because of some fate written in the stars, but because you offered me a chance to stand against those who hunt me. If becoming this Dragonborn makes you strong enough to keep that promise, then I will climb every one of these 1,000 steps with you, no matter how nonsensical the journey seems.
The mountain cares not for the cloak that you wear, nor the promises you make or the burden you bear. Search for the dragon, and the dragon you'll find. But a monster or hero is all in the mind. The steps number many. A harsh, steep incline. Walk with a purpose, not just to whine.
Never should have come here.
Another vigilant, another violation of the non-aggression principle. You'd think an order dedicated to hunting Daedra would recognize a mortal soul when they saw one. But no, it's smite first, ask questions never with you lot. I'm filing this under religious zealotry. File it.
I'd 8. You forsake me even now, even though I merely died following some sort of path that you would have me follow. You Astonk, talk to me, speak words to me once again, I beg of you.
I am right here, my Thane. I have not forsaken you, though you test that oath with every breath. You died, yes, and then you brought us back to this god's forsaken cavern instead of the mountain steps you were so determined to climb. If you are looking for the path of the Dragonborn, I assure you, it does not involve rescuing hunters from rabbits or getting us lost in the same bloody circle. Now, get up and stop shouting at the air like a madman.
Stillness is a luxury I haven't known since I left Hammerfell. Every shadow holds a dagger, every whisper a warrant for my head. It's hard to find peace when the past is hunting you with the persistence of a hound on a scent. But here, amidst the shouting and the spiders and this god's forsaken mountain, I suppose there is a certain rhythm to it. We fight, we bleed, we keep moving. It is not the life I would have chosen, but it is the one I have.
You've got the patience of a saint, Lydia. Truly. If it were me guarding the Lord Astonk here, after he dragged us kicking and screaming back to the same Astonking cave instead of the mountain, I'd have shoved him off a cliff by now. He died, Lydia. He actually died, and then used whatever Astonkery he calls magic to reset the board like a sore loser at a dice game. Now we're watching hunters fight rabbits. It's a monumental load of Astonk is what it is.
The threads of fate are tangled and frayed. Dorian Blackthorn. You treat the line between life and death as a loose thread to be pulled and retied at your whim, yet you cannot see the pattern you disturb. Desperation is a blunt tool, and striking out at the shadows will not illuminate the path. Look instead at the hunter in the wild. He does not fight the rabbit with sorrow, but with the quiet necessity of survival. Purpose, not panic, reveals the hidden truths of this world.